What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are going to do a full story video. A full story video is when I basically sit down, take a bunch of videos, combine them together into one big video. Now, with that being said, though, today's full story video is going to be over Final Crisis. Now, Final Crisis was a big storyline done by Grant Morrison and other writers as well, who basically helped write the tie-ins for the event. But Final Crisis was a way for DC to kind of say, to make the heroes aware that the multiverse is actually back. But on top of that, it was a big storyline to kind of have the heroes come together to fight against Darkseid, to also see Darkseid actually use the anti-life equation and what would happen if he does use the anti-life equation. Now, in this full story video, you're going to have the main story, which means Final Crisis number 1 through 7. You'll have Final Crisis Rogue's Revenge. You'll have Final Crisis Superman Beyond. You also have Final Crisis Submit and Resist. And I want to say there was a couple other Final Crisis tie-ins that I forgot to mention, but we basically had cover it. Either way, though, this is going to be the Final Crisis full story video. The only things you're not going to see in this full story video is the Batman tie-ins that Grant Morrison wrote supposedly to tie into Final Crisis. And also you will not see Final Crisis, Crisis on 3 Earths, where Superman teams up with the Legion of Heroes in the 31st century. But everything else in Final Crisis is actually here. So with that being said, though, I do hope you enjoy Final Crisis, the full story video. Let's go. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so basically, we are going to do Final Crisis. I asked you guys a couple weeks ago? Maybe last week? I don't know. Either way, I asked you guys if we should cover Final Crisis, because Final Crisis is very important for a lot of different characters, especially 2. Batman and the Flash. Now, the reason why I say Batman is because around this time, Grant Morrison was working on Batman. He was writing Batman, and this dude had done a lot of things over on the Batman title, like introducing Damian Wayne, also giving us the resurrection of Ra's al Ghul. And so with all those things happening, of course, Grant Morrison wanted more. He wanted an event, and DC gave him one, and that came Final Crisis. Now, Final Crisis actually did start in a book before the actual main story. So it did have a prelude, but the prelude was only one singular book, and that book was Justice League of America Volume 2, number 21. And so with that, we have to cover this book first before we actually jump into the main Final Crisis story. Now, with that being said, this video is also going to have Final Crisis number 1 and also Final Crisis Requiem, because those 2 books are a great way, had a hard time saying great, a great way to start off our coverage over Final Crisis. It's one heck of an event. I know it did split the DC fan base. Some fans love it and some fans hate it. With me personally, what I read so far is not that bad, but it could have been better. But with that being said, I'm not done reading it yet as I'm recording this video right here. And so with that being said, here is the first part to our Final Crisis coverage. And so we're going to pick up with Justice League of America. And of course, this book was not written by Grant Morrison. Matter of fact, it was written by a guy known as McDuffie. Now, with that being said, though, McDuffie does a great job to kind of build up to what Grant Morrison is basically working to. And you see what I mean as we use this book as a way to kind of lead us into the Final Crisis storyline, the main storyline. Now, with that being said, though, we actually do pick up with Superman, Batman, and of Wonder Woman. Now, with that being said, right now you have the characters meeting up at the Hall of Justice, of course, the base of the Justice League. Now, remember, this is where basically the team meets up, but of course, this is the core group: Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, the Trinity. They basically kind of decide how things are going to go with the League. And so right now you have the three characters coming together to kind of talk and decide what should be the future goals for the Justice League. Now, honestly, this moment right here is not that important, but I still want to cover it because it does show how close Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman are to one another. Because basically, you have Batman actually cracking jokes, which honestly, I find that funny because Batman these days, he barely cracks jokes. But this Batman right here, oh yeah, he does crack jokes, and of course he does show concerns, but his concerns for what's going on with the League are all for good reasons. But basically right now it's kind of these three characters talking to one another about the idea of bringing in new characters to the League. And so of course these three characters are talking about that idea, but we can actually go ahead and move on to the next section, which of course to me personally really does kick off the Final Crisis event. And what I mean by that is we basically do pick up right now with the Human Flame. Now, the Human Flame is a very interesting character for a lot of different reasons. But basically, the Human Flame is one of those low-list characters. Of course, he had fought the Martian Manhunter because DC was always trying to give the Martian Manhunter his own title, but of course, he needed his own rogue gallery. Like Batman has his own rogue gallery. Superman does. The Flash, Green Lantern, the list goes on. But when it comes to Martian Manhunter, he did have a few bad guys of his own, but not that many. And so, of course, the Human Flame kind of fit the bill. Because when it came to the Martian Manhunter, one of his main weaknesses was fire. And so, of course, they gave him the Human Flame, somebody who can make fire. Now, the Human Flame is kind of ticked off because the Martian Manhunter basically had defeated him last time. And of course, the Human Flame, that's a problem. He hates losing, especially to a superhero, like most bad guys do. They hate losing to a superhero. Now, you do have the Human Flame right now basically robbing a bank. And when he leaves, he is confronted by Hawkgirl, I almost said Hawkgirl, and also Red Arrow. Or it could be Speedy, could be Arsenal. Honestly, I forgot at this point what his name was. But either way, you do have the two characters right now fighting against the Human Flame. Now, again, the Human Flame to me personally is one of those characters you can say he's not a top tier character. He's not your top tier bad guy. But of course, he does give Hawkgirl and Speedy, we'll call him Speedy for the time being, an actual challenge. Now, you do have Hawkgirl and Speedy being able to actually recover and kind of get the chance to maybe actually capture the Human Flame. But the problem is though, right when they're about to capture the Human Flame, well, that is the moment he is actually saved by Libra. And this is huge because Libra is going to be what Grant Morrison kind of used in the beginning of his Final Crisis event, kind of a way to kick off the entire thing. And so you have Libra basically say the Human Flame, but then you have Libra say, come with me because I have an offer for you. I can basically help you and I'm going to help you. Now you're probably wondering right now, hey Fresh, who in the world is Libra? Let me explain. So basically, Libra was a character who was trying to make sure the world is perfectly balanced. Hence the name Libra, the whole scales thing. He wants to make sure the world is perfectly balanced. And of course, when it came to the Justice League, always out there defeating bad guys, he feels like the world was not balanced. And so, of course, he made the Injustice Gang, the first one. Now, with that being said, though, basically, he made that gang to make sure the world was balanced. But Libra is a very powerful character of his own, because besides having super strength and super durability, he's also able to persuade the mind of the weak. But on top of that, he's able to absorb half the power of each member of the Justice League, or really almost anybody he's confronted by. And of course, it makes him a very powerful character to go up against. Now, with that being said, though, he did save the Human Flame for a special reason, and he does bring the Human Flame to a very important meeting. Now, this photo right now may seem like this meeting is with a bunch of C-list characters. That is actually going to change when we dive into the main Final Crisis storyline. But for right now, yes, it does look like a bunch of C-list characters. And really, I take that back, because you do have McDuffie actually change the idea of this meeting. Because at first, it was a C-list character meeting. But then when we actually pick back up with the meeting, you do have some A-list characters there. Like, of course, Lex Luthor, Grodd, and the list goes on. Now, this is where things get crazy, because this is the moment you have Libra telling everybody in the room that basically his goal is to bring all the bad guys here together, because the world is about to change. But with the world about to change, of course, it's going to be great for the world of bad guys. All the villains across the world are going to feel the change of the world. It's going to be very beneficial for them as the heroes are defeated or the heroes are gone. Now, of course, you're kind of wondering, if you're Libra and your whole idea is that the world has to be perfectly balanced, then if you're saying the world is about to change for the betterment of evil, that means your world is no longer balanced. But hey, the story goes on. But either way, you then have Libra say he can show everybody that he is actually capable of giving everyone something they want, something they're begging to have. And of course, for Libra, he goes over to the Human Flame, because the Human Flame was the last character he basically did recruit. But of course, the Human Flame is the perfect person to show the world that Libra is actually serious about making sure everybody gets the one thing they want. And basically, you have Libra say, Human Flame, what do you want? And you have the Human Flame say, I want the death of the Martian Manhunter. Kill him off. And for Libra, he's kind of like, done. I'll do it for you. You want him dead? I'll kill him for you. Don't worry. And this technically does start off Final Crisis. And now we can jump into Final Crisis number 1. Now, finally getting into Final Crisis number 1, we actually do pick up with somebody dying. Like their body is literally on fire and they're falling from the sky. Now, of course, while we have that happening right there, we also have Libra talking to his people, talking to basically the bad guys from across the world. And of course, the story does jump back and forth between that moment and also the guy who's dying right now, whose body is on fire. But basically, this is Libra trying to tell everyone in the room that right now a new age is coming. And with this new age, that means there is a new God. And basically, with a new God, you have someone going around spreading the word of that God. And the person to spread the word of that God is no other than Libra himself. It's basically him putting himself in a position where that whoever is this new God, he's the one who's going to spread the word of this new God. And of course, while he's saying that, that person is dying. The one we saw earlier, whose body is right now on fire and falling from the sky. Now, we actually do jump far back in time, and I mean very far back in time, where we basically pick up with a caveman. Now, this caveman is actually a character known as Antro. Now, Antro in the present day is a tad bit different because he went through a lot of different changes. But at this point in his life, he was just a regular caveman. Now, of course, that is the moment where he is actually confronted by Metron, one of the new gods. Now, with Metron, you basically have Metron actually teach this younger version of Antro how to make fire. And with fire being made, it comes in handy down the road. And the reason why, because right after Metron left, later on that day, Antro's tribe was attacked by another tribe. Now, with this tribe being under attack, basically Antro used fire as a way to basically defend his tribe, defend his people. And of course, this was the first time, apparently in DC Universe, where people had discovered fire. And that right there is somewhat important in what Grant Morrison is trying to say. Now, that is the moment where we actually do pick up with a character known as Dan Turpin. Now, Dan Turpin has been around in DC Comics for years. But with that being said, though, Dan Turpin was a cop in Metropolis. And on top of that, he was part of Metropolis Special Crimes Unit. Now, with him being on that unit for a while, of course, he's getting very close into retiring. Now, of course, he's right now working on a case where basically there are a bunch of missing babies. And right now, he's kind of just going around following the different clues that could possibly help him find the missing babies. Except when he goes to the docks, well, he finds what seems to be a dead body. And that dead body is no other than Orion, one of the new gods from Genesis. And things get even crazy because Orion is not dead just yet. But you have Orion actually get up. He grabs Dan Turpin to tell him that him is everywhere. They're not dead. They're everywhere, especially him. He's in you. He's in you all. And then you have Orion die. And it's kind of like, what just happened to Orion? Why in the world did he just die right here in front of Dan Turpin? Now, that is the moment where we actually jump over across town, where we actually do pick up with a character known as John Stewart. Yes, you heard that right, the third Green Lantern. I want to say he was the third Green Lantern, but either way, we actually pick up with John Stewart basically responding to what a ring is trying to tell him. And his ring is trying to tell him that something is going on. Something is happening in his area. Now, while you have John Stewart actually heading over to see what happened, why his ring's going crazy, in the sky, you have a lot of lighting happening. Now, this lighting is actually very important because this is going to kind of give us a hint on who is possibly coming back to life in this event down the road. But for right now, it's John Stewart on his way to investigate and really to see what Dan Turpin saw earlier, the dead body of Orion. Now, getting back over to Dan Turpin, we actually do see him right now meeting up with Renee Montoya. And of course, at this point in DC Comics, she had become the Question. Now, the Question in DC Comics was always basically a character who was kind of like a detective. And so right now, Renee Montoya is the new Question, meaning that basically she is the new detective in the area. And of course, with Dan Turpin still trying to figure out what happened to the missing children, he's coming to Renee hoping that she has some kind of information that could basically help him. And so what she does hand him is a pamphlet. And this pamphlet is to a club. And this club, get this, is called the Darkseid Club. And so of course he's kind of like, okay, I guess I'll go here. Now, of course, you do have John Stewart basically arriving at the scene of the crime, the death of Orion. And this is huge because this means basically a god has died. And that right there is really huge. Now, with that being said, when John Stewart arrives, of course, Hal Jordan is already there. And you have Hal tell John to alert the Justice League. They need to know about this. A god has died. And with this god's death, that could only mean bad things are about to come down the road. And you have Hal tell John that he already called up the Guardians to warn them what basically had happened. Now, that is the moment where we actually do jump over to some Teen Titans. And the reason why, because you have some Teen Titans going to a location, a special location, which is right now the location of where Metron's chair was left behind. And this is huge because Metron was a new god. And if he's missing, that's a problem. That could possibly mean that he is dead. And so with that, you have the Teen Titans going over to the chair of Metron. But when they arrived, they are confronted by Mirror Master and Dr. Light. Now, the reason why those two characters are there, because these two characters are working for Libra, and Libra wants the chair of Metron. And so you have Dr. Light and basically Mirror Master being able to take out these Teen Titans and also grab the chair of Metron to tell us whatever is Libra planning to do is going to be big. It's going to be very huge. And of course, it could possibly change the entire DC universe. And matter of fact, speaking of Libra, we actually do pick up with him right now, talking to all the different villains that he had recruited are the ones he's trying to recruit, especially Lex Luthor. Now, in the last chapter, we saw Lex Luthor arrived at the meeting, but that was it. This is now Libra trying to convince Lex Luthor to stay with him, to join his side, to join forces, to basically wipe out the superheroes, because it's now time for the Earth to change. The change is to make the Earth better for super villains. Now, with that being said, Lex Luthor is one of those characters you just can't say a few things to him and think that basically he is going to join you. You have to show him your worth and work for him. Like, you have to show your worth and work so hard to prove to him that basically you're somebody he considered worth his time. And so with that, you have Libra show Lex Luthor that he's somebody who's worth Lex Luthor time, that he's somebody special, because Lex Luthor needs to see that. And so you have Libra say, I came here and told you guys that I will basically help every single one of you guys get the one thing you want. And so I helped out the Human Flame first, and I got him what he wanted. He wanted the death of the Martian Manhunter. And that is the moment you have Libra pull out Martian Manhunter to tell us that he was the one on fire. He was the one dying. And this is Libra showing everyone in the room that he is serious, that he can give everybody what they want if they join forces. And he gave the Human Flame the almost dead body of the Martian Manhunter. Now, we do jump back over to Turban, and right now we actually see him going to that club. And remember, that club was called the Darkseid Club. But when he walks into the club, he is basically confronted by Darkseid himself. Now, I know you're thinking, hey, Fresh, this is not Darkseid, but actually it is, because there was a storyline right before this one known as The War of Heavens. I forgot the actual title, but basically a lot of the new gods had died. Now, when they had quote unquote died, their spirits or essences basically took over regular human bodies or came back as regular humans. And so with that, Darkseid was one of those characters that came back as a regular human. But here is the big thing though. Darkseid tells us that he basically solved the anti-life equation, and he used it on the missing children that Turban was looking for. And that is the moment you have Turban get confronted by the children that went missing that he was looking for. And of course, they're under Darkseid's control. Now, that is the moment where we basically jump outside of existence, where we basically pick up with the multiversal monitors. Yes, you heard that right, the multiversal monitors. Now, with that being said, right now, these monitors basically watch over the multiverse in a way. Now, you do have one of the monitors actually on trial, and that is Nix Utan. And I really hope I pronounced this guy's name correctly. But basically, he was the monitor of Earth 51. Now, here's the big thing though. Earth 51 was destroyed, and basically, it was his job to protect that planet. And of course, with that Earth being destroyed, you have the monitors say he is sentenced to live a regular human life on New Earth, the main DC universe. And so he was sent away to never come back to the home of the monitors. But here's the problem though. Another monitor was actually falling in love with him. And that is monitor Ouija Dell. Yeah, these names get crazy like no other. But either way, Ouija Dell was in love with Nix. And of course, with him gone, she's very sad. But of course, we come to find out that basically another monitor, Rox Ogama, he planned all of this and he has more plans for Nix, the exile monitor, to come down the road. Now, we actually do pick up with Antro. And remember, Antro was basically the caveman that Metron met in the far distant past that basically taught Antro how to use fire, which of course Antro used. But here's the thing though. You have Antro basically look out into the world. In a blink of an eye, he sees the end of New York, like the ruins of New York. New York is completely wrecked. But then when he blinks again, everything is back to normal. He's back in his own regular time. And so with that, he's wondering what in the world just happened right there. What's going on with the world he's basically living in? But then to close on Final Crisis number 1, we actually do pick up with a random student. Now, this student is waking up and kind of wondering where in the world he is at. But of course, before he's actually able to continue to think about that, well, that is the moment he's watching the news and he hears the death of the Martian Manhunter. And of course, that's the end of Final Crisis number 1. Now, that is the moment where we basically pick up with Final Crisis Requiem. And this is actually very important. And the reason why, because this is the book where basically you have the funeral for the Martian Manhunter. And I must say, his casket is really nice. But either way, this is the moment where you really have the heroes saying goodbye to the Martian Manhunter. And this is how important Final Crisis was. Because when this book dropped, it really says the Martian Manhunter is dead. He's no longer around, and that is it. And that is huge, not just for the fans, but also for the Justice League as well. Now, we do jump back in the past where basically we do pick up with that moment, or really after that moment, where we actually saw Libra, we thought was killing the Martian Manhunter. Because right now we do pick up with some characters that do work for Libra. And right now they're using pyro tranquilizers in the past to kind of keep the flames on the Martian Manhunter. But of course, this is a way to kind of make the Martian Manhunter get weak, but on top of that, making sure that he cannot fight back. Because when it comes to Martian Manhunter, one of his main weaknesses is fire. And so it makes sense to make sure that he does stay on fire as a way to keep him weak and unable to actually fight back against Libra and the rest of his crew. Now, of course, Libra is doing this all for the human flame, but to also show his crew that he is actually a capable leader. And you actually do have Libra kind of give a small speech right before he's actually able to stab the Martian Manhunter, where it does seem like basically he's saying, look what I did for you guys. Look what I was able to give you guys. I gave you the Martian Manhunter. I gave you this, a guy who is defeated and weak. Look what I did for you. And this is huge because you have everyone actually looking at Libra like, this dude's legit. Like, this dude is actually legit. Look what he did. He was able to do this to the Martian Manhunter. And that right there is huge. And so, of course, you do have some characters begin to kind of change their opinion of Libra. But of course, right when Libra goes to attack or stab the Martian Manhunter to basically kill him, you actually have the Martian Manhunter seeing Libra back flying. And of course, this is now the Martian Manhunter trying to escape, even though we know in the present day he does not escape. Now, of course, that is the moment where you basically have the Justice League appear. And so we're left to believe that basically right now, the Justice League actually appeared to come save the Martian Manhunter's life. That they found out that basically he was in trouble. That maybe he called out to them. That maybe they just realized that he was somewhere lost or he didn't show for a certain meeting. But either way, they all came here, the Justice League, to save their lost friend, to help their lost friend fight against this army of villains. But that is the moment we're going to realize that basically right now, this is not the Justice League. That basically right now, this is just the Martian Manhunter playing with the minds of the villains, because that's his powers. He's able to read your mind, make your mind believe things that are not actually there, and that is what he's doing right now. He is making everyone believe, oh my God, the Justice League is here, but they're not. And so you have Libra stab the Martian Manhunter right in the chest to basically kill him off. But right before the Martian Manhunter dies, he sends out this message, a very important message. And what the Martian Manhunter actually did was tell everyone that he is dead, that he basically died, that he's no longer going to be here on Earth. And he's letting everyone know that he has died, or he's passing away, basically. That he's telling everyone, it was great being with you. It was great being a teammate. It was great being like a brother to you guys. But this is where I'm dying. It's everyone close to Martian Manhunter finding out that this man is dead. And this right here is actually very huge for a lot of different characters. Now, of course, you're probably wondering, how in the world did they find out about the death of the Martian Manhunter? How did the Justice League find out? Well, they found out because Nightwing was in New York City. And while he was there just swinging around, minding his business, well, that is the moment he found the dead body of the Martian Manhunter, letting other characters know that basically he is dead. The characters he did not reach out with his psychic message when he was stabbed to death, they're now finding out that basically the Martian Manhunter is now dead. Now, there is a section where you basically have the book kind of go over the origin of Mars in the DC universe, go over the origin of the Martians, and really go over the origin of the Martian Manhunter. But honestly, I'm not going to cover it here. And the reason why, because I kind of want to cover the origin of the Martian Manhunter in a separate video, because I really want to focus more on the idea about this character dying and how much it meant to the Justice League. And with his death, DC actually gave him an entire one-shot about his death. That's how huge the Martian Manhunter was when it came to DC Comics and fans and the characters in the book. But this is where Now, to begin today's video, we actually pick up with the super young team in Tokyo. Yes, the super young team is basically a team that works out of Tokyo. Now, with that being said, though, right now they're out in a club that was made for meta-humans. But while being out in the club, they're watching an interview happening live on TV. And of course, the person who's doing the interview is a guy known as the Rising Sun. Now, this is basically a character who was a hero back in the early days of DC Comics, who actually did work out in Tokyo as well. But the problem is, though, Rising Sun feels like the new heroes are not really heroes. They're just heroes who are out there for fame. They're not out there to actually protect people. And so it's the Rising Sun saying that basically the new generation of heroes are just trash. They're not good. They're worthless. They're not actually heroes. And he has no idea why the world cares so much about them. Now, that is the moment in the nightclub we actually see a character appear, and that character is Sonny Somo. Now, Sonny Somo is an old character. I mean, Grant Morrison is going back to the 1980s. But basically, Sonny Somo was a character who was found by a group of people known as the Forever People, who were trying to unlock the anti-life equation. So let me explain. The anti-life equation is what Darkseid has been wanting his entire life. And basically, if he's able to actually solve that equation, then he'll be able to actually force people to do whatever he wants them to do. Now, with all that being said, Darkseid still has not really been able to unlock the anti-life equation. But when it comes to Sonny Somo, he was a character who kind of had piece of the anti-life equation. And so the Forever People, the group that found him, was using a mother box to hopefully unlock his piece of the equation. And the reason why he's so important for this storyline, because again, Darkseid wants the anti-life equation. And basically, Sonny Somo could have piece of the equation. Now, of course, right now in the club, he is minding his business, but of course, he's attacked by some random super villain, and you have Somo just take out this villain's heart. Literally takes out his heart and puts it in a cup in the club and goes into the bathroom. Now, while in the bathroom, you do have Sonny kind of, fixing his shirt, fixing his skin, because he did fight against that super villain in the middle of the nightclub. So he was not really wanting to fight in the club. So now he looks like a mess. But while being in the bathroom, of course, he is confronted by a character known as Mr. Miracle. Now, this is Mr. Miracle right now just being a regular human. But of course, it's him right now trying to recruit a new team to kind of help him fight against evil. Because what he tells Sonny is that basically right now there was a war between New Genesis and Apocalypse. And of course, Apocalypse won, evil won. And so it's him saying right now, evil is about to attack the earth. And I'm trying to put together a team to kind of stop that from happening. And so it's him right now recruiting Sonny to hopefully join his new team. Now, that is the moment where we basically pick up with a character known as Nix Uton. And I really hope I pronounced that last name correctly. But basically, Nix Uton was a character that we actually met in Final Crisis #1 at the very tail end of that video. But in reality, though, we actually met him twice. And what I mean is that, remember, guys, there was a moment where you had a monitor who was basically put on trial. And he was basically put on trial because each monitor is responsible to watch over an Earth in a different universe across the multiverse. But when it came to Nix, his Earth and his universe that he was supposed to watch basically got destroyed. And so, of course, there was a trial and he was exiled as a monitor. And of course, he was given a new life as a human, but on New Earth, the main DC universe. And so right now, he's basically a regular human being. But the thing is, though, he remembers pieces of the trial. And that right there should not be happening. But of course, he does. But he's going around and telling everybody at his job about the trial he had, and of course, how bad things are going to come very soon. Now, that is the moment where we actually do pick up with a character known as Dan Turpin. Now, remember, Dan Turpin is basically a detective from Metropolis who's right now working on a case looking for a group of missing children. Now, with all that being said, right now you have Dan Turpin beating up on the Mad Hatter, an old Batman villain. Now, here's the thing though. So the last time we saw Dan Turpin back in Final Crisis #1, he actually found a club that was called the Darkseid Club that was being run by Darkseid. Because remember, with the War of the Gods, a lot of gods died, but they came back to life as humans, and Darkseid was one of them. Now, with that being said, Darkseid basically took over a club and named it the Darkseid Club. And on top of that, he had the kids there at the club. Now, of course, when we saw those kids, they were basically being controlled by Darkseid, and it looked like he was able to use the anti-life equation on them. Now, with that being said, Dan Turpin found those kids, but when we jump over to Final Crisis #2, he's still looking for those kids. And on top of that, he's attacking the Mad Hatter, hoping to find some kind of information that could lead him to the missing kids. And so you have the Mad Hatter tell Dan Turpin, you have to go to Bloodhaven. Go to Bloodhaven. Now, the next page basically reminds us that right now, the Martian Manhunter is dead. Now, of course, he died back in like Final Crisis #1. Well, really, he died in Final Crisis Requiem. But either way, though, he's dead now. And of course, with the death of the Martian Manhunter, it was a huge blow to the superhero community because he was a character a lot of people looked up to. They really cared for the Martian Manhunter. He did a lot of good things for a lot of different people. And so with his death, it's kind of like a huge blow to the entire superhero community, a huge blow. And of course, you have a lot of characters who are going to miss him very much. But of course, this shows that the villains, the bad guys, they're no longer playing around. They're coming for the big name heroes, and they came for the Martian Manhunter first. Now, we do pick up with Libra and his group of villains that he's trying to recruit for his new group of villains. Because right now, Libra is the new main bad guy of the book so far. And basically, Libra was a character who came out years ago in DC Comics where he basically made the Injustice Gang. Now, with that being said, though, he disappeared for a very long time. But now he's back. Now, with that being said, it's Libra saying that right now he wants to have the world to be perfectly balanced. That's his whole entire thing, that he wants the entire world to be perfectly balanced. But with the heroes always winning, the world is not perfectly balanced. And so right now, basically, you kind of have him going out of his way to kind of make this perfectly balanced world. And so that's why he killed off the Martian Manhunter. But he's trying to recruit other heroes to his gang. But the problem is, though, these are some A-list characters who, of course, fight against some A-list heroes like Lex Luthor. And so right now it's him saying, hey, Lex, join my crew, join my side, and I can show you great things to come. And so it's Lex telling Libra, if you want me to join your side, you have to hurt or kill Superman. Now, that is the moment where we actually do pick up with the Justice League. And remember, we are now getting reminded about the death of Orion. Orion is a new god who basically died. He crashed on the earth. And of course, with his death, a lot of heroes are wondering what in the world was able to actually kill a god, because usually to kill a god, you have to be a god. And so you have the League right now trying to figure out how in the world did this happen? Now, with that being said, though, of course, with the death of a god, you did have John Stewart alert the Guardians of the Galaxy, or the universe, really, and you had the Guardians basically send out an Alpha Lantern. Now, an Alpha Lantern is kind of like a top-notch Green Lantern. And of course, this Alpha Lantern is here to kind of do some detective work to investigate and figure out how in the world did this god die? Who killed Orion, and how in the world did they kill Orion? Now, of course, when this Alpha Lantern appeared, this Alpha Lantern is a complete jerk. Like, basically, she does not want to really work with the League. she feels like that basically she's an Alpha Lantern, that she'll be able to actually solve this entire case by herself. Now, we do pick up with John Stewart, and right now you have John Stewart kind of investigating basically the scene of the crime where Orion had crashed at. Now, remember, John Stewart is another Green Lantern of Earth. By this point in DC Comics, you only had 4. You had Hal Jordan, John Stewart, Guy Gardner, and Kyle Rayner, and that was it, those 4. The new 3 have not shown up yet. Now, with that being said, right now, you have John Stewart kind of investigating the scene of the crime. But while his partner, Green Lantern, fly away, well, that is the moment he is actually attacked by another Green Lantern. Now, of course, we have no idea who is this other Green Lantern, but while being attacked by this Green Lantern, of course, we're left to believe it had to be someone very close to John Stewart, because at first he did let his guard down, because he was kind of like, I know you, I can trust you. But once the attack had begun, John Stewart realized something's up, something is wrong. And then, of course, John Stewart is taken out. He's not killed, but he is taken out. And so, of course, with John Stewart being attacked, you do have the Alpha Lanterns go right over to Hal Jordan. And the reason why, because at this point in DC Comics, they were the only 2 Green Lanterns of Earth on Earth. Guy Gardner and Kyle Rayner are not on Earth at the moment. And so, of course, the Alpha Lanterns look at Hal and John as partners. And so, of course, with John being attacked, they believe the only person who had attacked John had to be Hal Jordan. Now, with the arrest of Hal Jordan by the Alpha Lanterns, you do have Batman go over to Superman like, hey, you cannot believe that Alpha Lanterns is speaking the truth, that basically Hal did hurt John, because there is no way. But of course, it is Superman saying we have to wait and let the Alpha Lanterns work, because right now they all believe that basically it was Hal. And on top of that, it is Green Lantern business that's bigger than all of us. Now, right after you have Superman leave, you do have Batman go and confront the Alpha Lantern. Now, of course, right after he does that, something is wrong with her. Something is off with her. And so that's the moment you have Batman look right into her hand, and he sees a scar that was made by John Stewart, because John Stewart in that fight was able to get at least one punch off. But of course, that punch was stopped by a hand, but his ring did cause damage to that person's hand, and that person was this Alpha Lantern, Kraken. And so, of course, it's Batman realizing, oh my gosh, something is wrong with her. She possibly attacked John Stewart. And so, of course, you do have Batman begin asking her what in the world is going on. But that is the moment she basically takes out Batman, knocks him out. And she says that someone has been talking to her in her mind. And that is the moment you have a boom tube open up. And with this boom tube, we're left to believe that maybe this Alpha Lantern is also working for Darkseid, because now you have her say she's going to take Batman to be a new plaything for the granny. Now, that is the moment where we basically do pick up with Dan Turpin. Now, right now, you have Dan Turpin going to an old military base. And the reason why, because, of course, all his clues led him to this military base in Bloodhaven. Now, when he gets there, he is confronted by Reverend Godfrey. Now, Reverend Godfrey is basically telling Dan Turpin about what this base has become. It has become a base known as the Evil Factory. And the reason why, because basically a lot of different characters in this factory are just new gods who are coming back to life in a different way. But of course, right now, this Evil Factory is splicing human and animal DNA to kind of bring back the son of Darkseid, which is Kalibak. Now, with all that being said, Reverend Godfrey is a new god as well, who came back to life as a human. But of course, his character is not that important for us to sit down and discuss. But you do have Godfrey tell Dan Turpin, like, yes, we're using the Evil Factory as a way to bring back the son of Darkseid. But then you have Godfrey say, no, I mean your son, Kalibak. We are bringing him back to life. Now, for Dan Turpin, he's very confused because Kalibak is not his son. And his actual son in real life died years ago. And so for Dan, he's kind of like, what do you mean, my son? Bringing my son Kalibak back to life. Kalibak is Darkseid's son. And that is the moment he realized that basically the spirit of Darkseid is in his body now. Because remember, back in Final Crisis #1, Darkseid did tell Dan Turbin that basically he had been having a hard time kind of keeping a body alive for a good period of time, that the bodies just die out. And so the spirit of Darkseid has to constantly find a new body to use over and over again. And so Darkseid is right now using Dan Turbin's body. And so sooner or later, Dan Turbin could possibly turn into Darkseid. Now, that is the moment we do actually jump over to Superman, Lois Lane, Perry White, and also Jimmy Olsen. Now, remember earlier that Libra did say that he was going to hurt Superman as a way to kind of have Lex Luthor join his new Injustice gang. And so right now, you basically have Superman right now at work at the Daily Planet with his wife, Lois Lane, Perry White, and Jimmy Olsen. But then you have Clark Kent realize that something was wrong with Jimmy Olsen, because as soon as Jimmy got inside the elevator to leave, Jimmy turned into Clayface, which of course told Superman something's up. What's about to happen here in this building? But before he's actually able to react, the entire building blows up. Now, of course, Perry White is okay, but the one person who's not okay is, of course, Lois Lane. So remember, Libra was asked by Lex Luthor to say, if you want me to join your crew, you have to hurt Superman. And the one way to hurt him is to go after the person he loves the most, Lois Lane. And so when that bomb exploded, it basically hurt Lois Lane. Now, that is the moment we actually do pick up with Wally West and Jay Garrett, the two Flashes. Now, remember, by this point in DC Comics, Barry Allen was dead. He was still dead and been dead for almost 20 years. And so, of course, it was Wally West being the current Flash and Jay kind of like the mentor on the sideline. But either way, though, right now they were tasked to hopefully figure out where the Martian Manhunter was killed at. Now, you do have Wally and Jay find a location where they do find a lot of blood that was belonged to the Martian Manhunter. They do find a book as well, but they also find Morbius' chair. Now, the chair is very important because remember, back in Final Crisis #1, Libra did send out a couple bad guys to get the chair. So the question is now, why did Libra leave the chair here for? But that is the moment you have Wally say, I think I know what killed Orion. What if a bullet that was made of radion, which radion is the kind of, not the only way, but the main way to kind of kill a new god. But you have Wally say, what if a bullet that was made of radion was sent back in time to basically kill Orion? Now, of course, as you have Wally saying that, the Morbius chair opens up a boom tube. And with this boom tube, you have a radion bullet just kind of flying by. But you also have the Black Racer, which of course in some parts of DC Comics represents death, also zooming by. But you have a third person also zooming by as well. And that third person is Barry Allen, and he is alive. And this is huge because he died back in Crisis of Infinite Earth way back in 1986. So here we are 20 years later in like 2006 or 8. I forgot what year Final Crisis came out, but either way, now we know Barry Allen is alive, and right now he is trying to stop the bullet that's made of radion that's going back in time, but he's being chased by the Black Racer. But this What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so basically we are going to continue our coverage over Final Crisis, where we actually do pick up with some tie-ins known as Final Crisis Rogue's Revenge. Now, this storyline actually comes out of a different storyline that actually takes place before Final Crisis, and that storyline was known as Full Throttle. So let me explain. When it came to Full Throttle, it was the last arc when Bart Allen was the Flash. Yes, you heard that right. DC Comics wanted to get rid of Wally West even before the New 52 and brought in Bart Allen as the new Flash. The problem is though, fans basically did not want that. They wanted Wally West as their Flash, and so DC had to bring back Wally West. The problem is though, DC killed off Bart Allen to kind of wrap up his days as the Flash. Now Bart Allen was killed off by the Rogues, and so this is where this storyline comes out of, because when the Rogues had killed Bart Allen, it was huge, because what happened was the Rogues usually did not kill. That was one of their rules. Do not kill. But of course they did kill, and so they broke that rule. And so the Rogues became literally most wanted because they killed a kid Flash, or really a kid Flash that was grown. But when the Rogues did kill, they basically dipped out, and they've been on the run ever since. Now, the Rogues did not mean to kill Bart Allen. They were kind of helping another speedster known as Inertia. And Inertia was, of course, kind of like Kid Flash Impulse version of Reverse Flash, his main bad guy. And Inertia was kind of using the Rogues as a way to kill off Bart Allen, and of course it worked. Now the Rogues were very ticked off that basically they were used by Inertia to kill Kid Flash, Bart Allen. And so the Rogues have been on the run ever since then. Now, of course, with Libra coming in Final Crisis, and Libra wanting to recruit all these different bad guys to kind of take out heroes left and right, when it came to the Rogues, they basically said no. They are not going to help out Libra. And so they continue to stay on the run. But right now, the Rogues do have a mission on their mind. And that mission is to get revenge on Inertia, because basically Inertia used them to kill off a Flash, something they did not want to do. They hated the idea of actually killing someone. Now, of course, when the Rogues actually return back to one of their old bases, they do see that one of their old bases has been basically taken up by some random thugs, because with the Rogues kind of being on the run, they have to jump from place to place, from base to base. And of course, that means using old bases to kind of help them stay on the run. But when they go back to one of their old bases, well, they're confronted by basically some thugs who actually think now they own the place. And matter of fact, they tell the Rogues that, like, hey, this is our base now. This is our home now. Like, get the heck out of here. But of course, you do have the Rogues show these thugs who's in charge and who house this is. And of course, they do it in a way where it's kind of like, you're not going to see another day. So basically, you have the Rogues kind of kill these guys or kind of hurt these guys. But either way, these guys will realize or should remember that you do not take a villain's old base, because they might want that base down the road if they want to use that base ever again down the road. Now, that is the moment you do have the Rogues actually be confronted by Trickster. Now, there have been multiple versions of Trickster over the years in DC Comics, but this latest one right here in Final Crisis was the one who was basically not on the Rogues. And matter of fact, if I remember correctly, this Trickster right here actually took his gear from the last Trickster who used to be on the Rogues. But of course, with that Trickster no longer being around, this new one popped up, and this new one has been always trying to join the Rogues. But of course, the Rogues are kind of like, no, you are not one of us. Like, you are basically just a new Trickster who does not understand how we do our jobs, how we live our lives. You're just a wannabe because you heard about us and you want to join us. Now, with that being said, you do have this Trickster going to be around for the entire story. But on top of that, this is the Trickster kind of wondering, why aren't the rogues happy with what they did, which is kill a Flash? Because with them killing a Flash, again, they became on the most wanted list. They are wanted because they killed somebody. They killed a Flash. But when it comes to Trickster, it's something they should be proud of. You killed a Flash. But that is the moment you have Captain Cold tell Trickster, number one rule, never kill a speedster. That's their number one rule. And that rule is very important. And the problem is, though, because they did kill a speedster because they were tricked by inertia, they're very upset with the idea that people like the Trickster is happy about that, but also because the Trickster still does not understand their rules or still does not understand them. And that right there is actually very important. Now, you do have Captain Cold tell Trickster that they're not here to kind of, retake Central City or set up shop here in Central City, but in reality, they're here to retire. And so they came here to basically hand in their gear to a character known as Gambi, because Gambi was the one who made their gear for them. And so this is Captain Cold saying, we are retiring. We came here to see Gambi to hand our gear back to him and call it quits. The rogues are basically no more. Now, we do jump over to Keystone City, where we actually do pick up with some police officers who are right now kind of continuing their investigation over the murder of Bart Allen. Now, of course, while you have these police officers kind of looking over that information, well, of course, that is the moment they do get attacked by a character known as Pied Piper. Now, Pied Piper is actually here for the will that belongs to the original Trickster. Because remember what I said earlier, there was more than one Trickster. And matter of fact, there were three. And so, of course, he's here for the original will. Now, he's not here for any kind of information about money. No, he's actually here for information about the rogues, because this is Pied Piper who is trying to find the rogues. And of course, Pied Piper came for that will to get some information about the rogues that can basically help him find the rogues. Now, that is the moment we actually do pick up with Iris West, or better known as, at this point, as Iris Allen, because she was married to Barry Allen before he had died. Now, the reason why we actually do pick up with her right now, because one, this is a Flash story, even though it is focusing on the rogues, but two, is also reminding us what happened at the end of Final Crisis number 2. Because remember, at the end of Final Crisis number 2, the entire world, and I mean fans, found out that basically Barry Allen was still alive. Because remember, Barry died back in 1986 on the original Crisis on Infinite Earth storyline. He died in that storyline right there, and that was 20 years ago. And so now at Final Crisis number 2, at the very end, we see that he is alive and well. Now, right now, at this point in the Final Crisis event, we have no idea how in the world Barry Allen is still alive. We have no idea yet, but we do know one thing. He is alive. And the reason why we pick up with Iris, because while she's kind of looking over a bunch of photos of her and Barry, well, that is the moment she hears Barry calling her name. And of course, outside, there is a huge lightning storm happening. And of course, it's Iris realizing, oh my God, Barry is calling for me. Barry could be alive. Now, that is the moment we actually do pick up with Libra. Now, remember, Libra is like the main bad guy so far in Final Crisis. Now, we do know that basically right now, Darkseid is another character who's going to be playing a big role down the road. But for right now, your main character is basically Libra as the main bad guy. Now, with that being said, we do see Libra right now kind of giving his people a pep talk, the bad guys that he was actually able to recruit. Now, with all that information being said, well, while he's giving that pep talk, that is the moment you do have a random bad guy give him a message. And of course, this message came from Mirror Master. And remember, Mirror Master is one of the rogues. And because Mirror Master has the ability to do a lot of different things with mirrors, he was actually able to record a message on the mirror. And of course, it's the rogues telling Libra that they are going to deny his request, because they're not going to join Libra's new crew. And of course, that ticks off Libra, because Libra is a character who thinks that he'll be able to get anybody he wants on his side. And so when you have the rogues basically telling him no, he gets very upset by it. Now, we do pick up with Inertia. Now, when it comes to Inertia, Inertia was a character that was really made to be Bart Allen's Reverse Flash. And what I mean is that when it came to DC Comics and their Flashes, Barry Allen and Wally West, they each had their Reverse Flash. But when it came to Bart Allen, he needed his own version of the Reverse Flash. But of course, it was a character who did not take up the name Reverse Flash. He just called himself Inertia. Now remember what I said earlier though. Inertia was the character who kind of used the rogues to help him kill off Bart Allen. And again, remember, the rogues are on the run because they killed off Bart Allen. And so with that being said, after Bart Allen was killed, Inertia was put in some kind of stasis, where of course he cannot move at all, but he can still hear and think and see everything, but he just can't move. It's a horrible kind of punishment, but of course they also put him inside a museum, the Flash Museum, and that right there is very huge. But while he's kind of stuck in stasis, well, that is the moment out of nowhere a lightning bolt hits him. But when that lightning bolt hits him, it calls out his name, Inertia. But with that lightning bolt hitting him, he's now free. And of course, he does kill off all the guards that were basically watching over him, because he was stuck in stasis for a good period of time. He was able to think of many different ways to kill people, which is really messed up. And of course, he does try a few of those things on the security guards. Now, of course, with Inertia basically breaking free, you do have word getting out across the world. Hey guys, listen, Inertia is free, and this is a problem because he is a villain, a bad guy who's on the loose. But of course, with him being on the loose, again, word getting out, that word gets right back over to the rogues. And this is the rogues saying that they are going to delay their retirement just for a little bit longer because they want revenge against Inertia, because Inertia basically used them to kill off Bart Allen and basically broke their #1 rule: do not kill a speedster. Right now, you have the rogues saying, we are going to go after Inertia and we are going to kill him to get revenge for making us kill a speedster. Now, that is the moment we actually do pick up with Inertia right now, making his way over to basically kill off anybody who has any kind of connection to a Flash. Bart, Jay, or even Wally. Not Barry, because Barry is still not alive right now. I mean, we saw him alive at the end of Final Crisis #2, but no one really knows that he is alive again. Now, with that being said, you do have Inertia thinking about killing anybody close to Wally, Bart, or even Jay Garrett. Now, with that being said, though, you do have Inertia run into Zoom. Now, Zoom does look like Reverse Flash, but he's not. What I mean is that when it came to DC Comics, when they made Wally West become the next Flash, they knew that sooner or later, Wally West needed his own version of Reverse Flash. And that is where Zoom comes in. Zoom is just an evil version of a speedster. He is kind of like Reverse Flash, but he is a different character, completely different. Zoom is not like Reverse Flash. Now, with that being said, though, this is Zoom right now telling Inertia that he's here to make Inertia better, that he's here to basically make Inertia become the next Kid Flash. Now, when we actually do pick up with the Rogues once again, we actually do pick up with the Rogues paying a visit to one of their close friends, Gambi. Now remember, Gambi was the character who had basically designed their suits, so he was able to make sure that each Rogues member's suit actually fit their power scheme. So Captain Cold, of course, Mirror Master, he basically sat down and made sure every single member of the Rogue suit fit their power set. Now, with that being said, when the Rogues arrived at his shop, something seems off. And of course, that is not a good thing. But of course, this moment right here does take place after the Rogues had told Libra, hey, we are not going to work with you. Or really, we are not going to work for you. But either way, when you have the Rogues kind of walk around the shop to see where in the world is Gambi, of course, they do find Gambi. He is tied up and he is badly beaten. Yes, he's still alive, but he is badly beaten. Now, of course, Gambi was attacked by Libra, but not by Libra himself. Instead, what Libra did was, because Libra was unable to recruit the Rogues, you had Libra basically form a new version of the Rogues, or to me personally, an off-brand version of the Rogues, to basically use them to kind of replace the Rogues' spots in Libra's new crew. Now, Libra did send his new off-brand Rogues to attack Gambi, which they did, but of course they left a message behind for the Rogues, where of course you have this off-brand crew basically tell the Rogues that they are their replacements, and also they had kidnapped Captain Cold's father as well, because they believe that basically now with Captain Cold's father being kidnapped, Captain Cold and the Rogues are going to give up very easily and basically join Libra's side. But you have Captain Cold say, we are going to find you, because one, it's bad enough you attacked Gambi. Two, you're basically trying to replace us. You are the off-brand of us. And three, you kidnapped my father. Now, it's not like I care for my father. Matter of fact, I want to kill my father. So after we kill you, we are going to kill my father. And you have these off-brand Rogues like, he's not scared of us, guys. Like, he said he's going to kill us and his dad. We thought if we kidnap his dad, we're all good. In reality, we just gone and messed up for real. Now, that is the moment we actually do jump over to Zoom right now, trying to chase down Inertia, because it is Inertia telling Zoom that he does not want to basically become the next Kid Flash. It's Zoom saying you have no choice though, because Libra wants you to join us, and Libra wants you to become the next Kid Flash. Now, with that being said, this conversation also gives us some very key information we need to know. One, Zoom tried to use the cosmic treadmill, and so when he tried to use that, it broke his mind. So his mental state is not good right now, and also his speech is kind of off as well. Now, when it comes to Inertia, Inertia is the false clone of Bart Allen, and so to Zoom, it really seems like Inertia is trying to just replace Bart Allen, to have the identity of Bart Allen to himself, because he is the fell clone of Bart Allen. But either way, you do have Zoom tell Inertia that basically Libra wants him to become the next Kid Flash. Now, we actually do pick up with the Rogues, and we actually do see that the Rogues meant what they actually said earlier. They are going to kill off the off-brand Rogues, because these off-brand Rogues are going to be a message to Libra and the rest of the people who work for Libra who try to come after the Rogues. And so with that being said, it does lead into a battle between the two Rogues team, the one we all love and care for, and of course the imposters, the off-brand ones. Now, when it comes to these off-brand Rogues, they do not stand a chance at all. And I mean literally. Because as they're trying to fight against the Rogues that we all know and care for the most, they can't do nothing to them because our rogues are so experienced in this lifestyle. They've been doing this for years. They have been using the gear for years. And so these new rogues, they have no idea how to use their gear as good as the original. And so they're getting their butt kicked. These are basically children who thought they could step up to the big game and actually replace the original characters, but they can't. And so, of course, they do get defeated. Now, when I say defeated, I really mean they get killed off one by one by each member of the rogue, because it's basically Captain Cold fighting against his off-brand self. It's Mirror Master fighting against his off-brand self. It's basically each member fighting against their off-brand self and killing off their off-brand self. Now, with all that happening right there, once they do that, it's time for Captain Cold to have a conversation with his father. Because remember, he told the off-brand rogues, "You kidnapped my father thinking I care for him, but in reality, I hate him. And now I am going to kill him." Now, getting back over to Zoom and Inertia, you do have Zoom trying to change the power set of Inertia. And what I mean is that when it comes to Zoom, Zoom is actually replacing the power source of Inertia Speed, which of course is the Speed Force. And so when it comes to Zoom, is Zoom saying you're tapping into my energy. And what I mean is that when it comes to Zoom, Zoom was actually able to tap into a different kind of energy to give him the speed he wants. Now, this is how Zoom powers actually works. Because when it comes to Zoom, Zoom actually has a connection to time. And so with him having connection to time, yes, he is a speedster, but what really happens is that Zoom is able to kind of slow things around him. And so with that being said, yes, he is fast, but in reality, time is just moving slow around him. And so that is how he is a speedster. And so this is Zoom kind of giving Inertia that same power source, being able to connect to time. Now, this is the moment where we basically sit down and see Captain Cold actually confronting his father. Because remember, he did say that he was going to kill his father. Now, with that being said, when it comes to Captain Cold and his father, they don't have a good relationship. And the reason why? Because his father used to abuse him when Captain Cold and his sister, the Golden Glider, were basically growing up. Now, here's what happened. When Captain Cold got old enough, he dipped out. He ran away. He had no choice because he had to get away from his father. Now, of course, just like their mother, where of course their mother had also ran away because their dad was also abusing her as well, Captain Cold had to leave behind family. When their mother left them behind, Captain Cold left his sister behind to hopefully have a better chance in life. Now, his sister also ran away, and of course, his sister went and found him. And so Captain Cold was able to reunite with his sister. Now, this is where you see a lot of family problem in this family, because when it comes to Captain Cold's father, he had no idea that his daughter is dead. Golden Glider died back in like 1990 something. She's been dead for a while. And so with her death, it's Captain Cold telling his father, your daughter is dead. But it's his father blaming him, Captain Cold, for the death of his sister, the death of his daughter. I'm gonna say his father, his daughter. It's basically him blaming the death of Golden Glider on Captain Cold. But it's Captain Cold saying, it's your fault though. If you were legit father and actually raise us and not abuse us, then she would have a better chance in life. I would have a better chance in life. But because you were so abusive to mom, me, and also my sister, look what you did. It's now just you and me. And really, in a few moments, it's just going to be me. Now, Captain Cold cannot do it himself. He cannot kill his father. And so he does ask Heatwave to basically kill off his father. And so that is the death of Captain Cold's father right there. Now, of course, right after that, you do have Captain Cold say they have to move on. But of course, they have to go to the one location where they think that nobody would actually look for them at. And of course, this location does have huge connections to Weather Wizard. And of course, before they leave, they do ask him, are you okay going there? And of course, he does say yes. Now, this place is going to be somewhat important for this storyline. Now, with that being said, while they're leaving, you do have the new Trickster wondering, when will the rogues actually accept him? And of course, you do have Mirror Master explaining that you have to show Captain Cold that you want to be here, but be here for the right reasons, not the wrong reasons. And the reason why Mirror Master is saying this to Trickster, because just like Trickster, because remember guys, this is the third Trickster, Mirror Master, this one right here, he's not the original Mirror Master. He is, I want to say, the second or third Mirror Master. But he said, I had to earn my spot on this roster. I had to show Captain Cold and Heatwave that basically I wanted to be here for the right reasons and not the wrong reasons. So if you want to stay, you have to show them that basically you're here for the right reasons and not the wrong ones. Now, getting back over to Libra and Gorilla Grodd, we do see Libra kind of upset that basically his new group of rogues were killed off by the original rogues. But this is also Libra telling Grodd they need the rogues around because the rogues have to be around to help them handle the speedsters. Because in every single crisis, the speedsters are very important to the crisis, and especially this crisis right here. And so it's Libra saying, I cannot afford to kill off the rogues because I need the rogues on my side to basically handle the speedsters. If we don't have the rogues, we cannot handle the speedsters. Now, on top of that right there, you do have Libra say, I have a way to make the rogues basically join my side. And that is the moment we come to find out that basically Libra was able to get his hands on the son of Weather Wizard. He's going to force him to join because now Libra is holding the life of Weather Wizard's son in his hands. Now, we do get a flashback at the very beginning of the third chapter that kind of explains the origin of Weather Wizard, where it basically also tells us where the rogues are going to go to. Because remember, they're going to a location that's very close in the heart to Weather Wizard, and that place is the old lab that used to belong to his brother, but also the lab that basically gave birth to Weather Wizard. Because in this flashback we do see that there was a point where Weather Wizard's brother was going to call the cops on him because he was going around robbing people. And of course, when it came to Weather Wizard's brother, he was kind of hoping that if Weather Wizard goes to jail, of course, he would not have to spend so much time in jail. Now, with that being said, though, because Weather Wizard did not want to go to jail, he grabbed a staff that basically makes him Weather Wizard, and the entire lab blew up, and of course, we're left to believe that he had killed his brother. Now, the reason why you have the rogues actually going to the old lab that used to belong to Weather Wizard's brother is because it is the perfect lab that has all the tech they need that can basically help them locate Inertia. Because remember, the rogues are trying to get revenge against Inertia. They want to kill him off because the last time they saw him, he basically used them to kill off Bart Allen. And so right now you have the rogues being able to use the old lab that used to belong to the brother of Weather Wizard to actually locate Inertia. But when they do, they also find out that Inertia is right now running along with, of course, Zoom. And so the question is now, can the rogues handle two speedsters rather than just one? Now, getting back over to Zoom and also inertia, you do have Zoom continuing to train inertia because remember, is Zoom trying to replace the power source of inertia with the power of time? Because when it comes to Zoom, Zoom has a connection to time. And so is Zoom saying, hey, listen, you need to feel the connection. You need to hear the tick, 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 because that will tell you right there that basically you have a connection with time. That right there is very important. And that is what we're trying to get you to. We're trying to get you to the point where you can basically feel time and be connected to time and realize how time works. Because once you have that connection built in, you will be unbeatable. And that right there is very important. And of course, after that speech, you do have not Kid Flash. Sorry, I said that because he is wearing a Kid Flash outfit. But you do have inertia being able to actually connect with the time. And so now he has the same power source as Zoom does. Now that is the moment you do have a lot of smoke appear. And when the smoke appear, of course, you have Zoom and also inertia wondering, what in the world is going on? Why in the world is there a lot of smoke right now in this particular area? Now you do have Pied Piper actually appear, and when he does appear, he says showtime. And of course, the reason why he said that is because, well, that is the moment you do have the rogues appear, and the rogues are here to, of course, get inertia. They want to kill inertia, and they will go through Zoom to basically get what they want, which is again inertia. Now, of course, it does lead into a battle between the rogues versus against Zoom and also inertia. Now, you're probably wondering, where is Pied Piper? Because he was there. He appeared right before the rogues had appeared. But of course, he's kind of staying on the sideline and waiting for the right time to basically attack. And so while you have the rogues fighting against Zoom and also inertia, it's just Pied Piper just taking the back seat. But while he is taking a back seat, you then have Pied Piper basically use his pipe to basically send out a vibration that can stop everyone from moving. And if they try to move, the vibrations can basically hurt their muscles. And so this is what Pied Piper was hoping for. Now, that is the moment you do have Libra appear. Now, when Libra does appear, he basically takes out Pied Piper, but then you have Libra show everyone that he's holding a child. And that child he's holding right now is, of course, the son of Weather Wizard. Now, here's the thing. Weather Wizard has not been really a father to this child. He knows about his son, but of course, because he is a criminal and he has been on the run after he had killed Bart Allen with the rest of the rogues, that basically he has not been a father to this child. But of course, he still wants to protect his child. And so to see Libra holding his child and Libra saying, you have a choice here. You could basically join my side and help me, or I kill your son. It's honestly a choice you have to make right now. It's a very huge ultimatum. But then here comes the big problem. And that big problem was, of course, inertia. Because inertia finds this whole situation boring. Because nobody is moving. Nobody's doing anything at all. And so basically you have inertia say, you know what? This is stupid. This is boring. And so you have inertia use his newfound powers, because remember, guys, his power source had basically been replaced. So now he has a connection with time, but he used his new power source to get close to Libra. And when he does that, he basically makes sure that he can snap his fingers right next to the child. And so out of nowhere, there's a huge explosion. And so we're left to believe that basically inertia had just killed the child of Weathered Wizard. And on top of that, you have inertia tell Zoom he's no longer Kid Flash. He's no longer inertia. He's now calling himself Kid Zoom. This is the birth of Kid Zoom. Now, of course, this is now Kid Zoom thinking that he should be his own person. And so right now he's off his rockers and he basically wants to get rid of everybody. And so you do have Kid Zoom begin the process of actually attacking Zoom. And what you have Kid Zoom actually do is get rid of Zoom. Not kill him, but take the powers away from Hunter Zolomon. He literally takes the powers away. And so now Hunter Zolomon is just a regular guy again. That is it, and we move on. And you're kind of like, that's really messed up. Now, of course, this does lead into a battle between Kid Zoom against the Rogues. Now remember, the Rogues are here to basically get revenge against Kid Zoom, because when he was Inertia, he had them basically kill off Bart Allen, and that was their number one rule. We do not kill speedsters. And so, of course, this is the Rogues getting revenge against Inertia. Once again, it is Kid Zoom. Now, this battle, it does last for a good while. I mean, they do go back and forth, back and forth. It is Kid Zoom being able to actually handle his own for the time being. But here's the thing about the Rogues. Because the Rogues have fought against not just one Flash, but three Flashes, Barry Allen, Wally West, Bart Allen, at this point in DC Comics, they know how to handle the Flashes. They know how to use their weapons against a speedster. And so with that knowledge, they were able to basically take out Kid Zoom just like that. Bam, wrapped up. Now, this is where you can basically say the story is getting wrapped up very quickly. And what I mean by that is you do have Libra once again try to recruit the Rogues to join his crew. And you do have the Rogues once again say no. But before they do leave, you do have Libra kind of hint at the idea that the Flash of Central City will come back, kind of hinting about the idea that Barry Allen is coming back. Now, of course, for the Rogues, they don't believe that. But of course, it's Libra saying, you don't understand. He will be back. And when he does come back and he finds out that you killed a Kid Flash, he will come after you to basically get revenge against you. But it's the Rogues saying, bring it on. And they do leave. Now, you do have the Rogues actually go back to Central City, but this is the Rogues actually kind of wondering what Libra said could possibly be true. Is the idea of Barry Allen, the original Flash of Central City, coming back. Not Jay Garrick, the actual original Flash, but their original Flash, Barry Allen. Is there a possibility that he could come back? And if he does, what does that mean for the Rogues? Now, most of the Rogues don't believe in the idea that, Barry Allen could come back to life. But it's Captain Cold saying, hey, you never know when it comes to living in this world. And this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are basically back to covering Final Crisis. Now, with that being said, today's video is only going to have Final Crisis number 3. Now, the reason why we're only covering Final Crisis number 3 is, well, let me explain. So right after Final Crisis number 3, you had a lot of tie-ins just drop in. You have Final Crisis Submit, Final Crisis Submit, Resist. You had Final Crisis Superman Beyond. You also had Final Crisis Revelations. Like, you had a lot of different Final Crisis tie-ins that all take place after Final Crisis number 3. Then after all those tie-ins, we then jump back into Final Crisis number 4. Now, I will try my best to cover all those tie-ins because I want to make sure we have a complete playlist of Final Crisis, because Final Crisis is one huge storyline for DC Comics. Even though it was only about 30 issues, it was still a very huge event for DC Comics. And matter of fact, this event is still paying off things right now in the current DC era. Now, with that being said, though, Final Crisis is picking up after the big ending of Final Crisis number 2. And matter of fact, if you did not see that video, I highly recommend go see that video, because at the end of that video, basically we saw the return of Barry Allen. And that was huge because Barry Allen been dead for over 20 years in our time, in comic book world time. And so it's kind of like, oh my God, he's alive. Where has he been this entire time? But of course, you have Grant Morrison kind of not really giving us a full-on reasoning on how Barry Allen is still alive at this point. Instead, it's Grant Morrison setting up all these different tie-ins, but also setting up things to come in the later half of the main storyline of Final Crisis. And so getting into Final Crisis number 3, basically we pick up with Shade. Now remember, Shade is basically one of the many organizations in DC Comics, but usually they kind of handle the more bizarre things, the things that most other organizations are not going to handle. Now, with that being said, though, right now they're being led by Frankenstein because they're about to do a raid. Now, this raid is being done at the Darkseid Club. Now, the Darkseid Club is actually very important. Let me explain why. Because back in Final Crisis number 1, we had this detective who was basically going around trying to find missing children. But of course, all his clues led to the Darkseid Club. Now, the Darkseid Club was being run by Darkseid. Now remember, before Final Crisis had actually happened, there was a war. And this war took place between New Genesis and also Apocalypse, where most of the new gods had died, but of course they were reborn. Now with them being reborn, they all took over different people's bodies on Earth. Now, of course, the Darkseid, being a very powerful being, he was unable to kind of stay in one body. And so he has to jump body to body to body. Now, when Dan Turpin found the Darkseid Club, he met Boss Darkseid because Darkseid was running that club. But of course, right after he had met Darkseid, Darkseid had basically left the body he was using to run that club and took over Dan Turpin's body. Now, of course, you do have Shade run into the club, but when they do, they find two people. They find the old dead body of Darkseid's last host and also the Question. Now remember, at this point in DC Comics, the Question was Ray Montoya. And matter of fact, she first appeared back in the Batman animated series. But of course, when DC said, you know what, she was a somewhat popular character in that series, they brought her over to DC Comics. And so ever since then, she has been the Question. Well, really, she became the Question a few years after her first appearance in comics. But either way, though, she is the Question. But she does tell Frankenstein and Shade, you need to find Dan Turpin because he was here last. And if the dead body of Darkseid's last host is here, that basically means that Darkseid has taken over Dan Turpin's body. Now, Renee Montoya was able to basically get away from Shade because, of course, Shade wanted to bring her in, but of course, she got away. Now, right after she got away, there was a huge flash that came from the sky and crashed onto the ground. Now, of course, you do have the public kind of surround where the crash happened at to see what in the world just crashed into the ground. And that is the moment we see that there is some kind of hero. And this hero's name, and y'all, I am going to butcher this name really bad, but her name is Uber Fraulein. And I really hope I pronounce that name correctly, but most likely, probably not. But basically, she is a hero that just crashed in the middle of the city. And of course, you have everyone wondering what to do with her. Like, how can they help her? And of course, with Renee, she's kind of like, you need to call help for her because she just fell out of the sky. Now, of course, right after she said that, you do have some Shade agents being able to catch up to her and say, we're going to bring you in for questioning. And just like that, we literally move on. Now, that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Nix Uton. Now, Nix Uton is actually a monitor, or he was a monitor. Let me explain. So basically, you had monitors watching over the different universes in the DC multiverse. Now, when it came to Nix, his goal was to watch over his Earth and his universe that he was watching over. The problem is, though, his Earth was completely wiped out. And of course, with him watching his Earth get wiped out and basically failing at his job, he was fired as a monitor. But he was given the ability to live a regular human life. Now, of course, when he arrived on Earth in the main DC universe, he got a job at a burger joint. The problem is, though, he just got fired from that job because he was asking every customer, every co-worker questions that kind of relate to his last job being a monitor. And so, of course, his boss said, "You're freaking everybody out. You're fired. Get out of here." Now, while he's leaving, well, that is the moment there is a news report. And this news report is about a guy known as Cave Carson. And Cave Carson had basically found carvings in a cave, and these carvings basically show a design to Metron's chair. Now, this is actually very important because Metron was in Final Crisis number 1. And basically, in Final Crisis number 1, Metron gave Anthro, this caveman, all the way back then, the ability to learn how to make fire. And so this is right here, Grant Morrison saying it's all coming together, just a very slow pace. Now, this is the moment where we basically pick up with Jay Garrick. Of course, we all know him as the original Flash. Now, the last time we saw Jay Garrick, he was actually with Wally West, as they had just discovered that Barry Allen was not dead. And that took place at the very end of Final Crisis number 2. And so the question is now, how in the world Barry Allen is alive again? And Grant Morrison really does not give us that answer right now. Instead, what you have Jay tell us while he's kind of catching everyone up in the home of Wally West is that when Wally and Jay arrived at that strip club, and of course they found Barry Allen to be alive again, and of course they saw that Barry Allen was chasing a bullet. Now, this bullet is actually very important because this is the bullet that killed Orion. And remember, back in Final Crisis number 1, Orion was the reason why everything kind of set off the events of Final Crisis. But basically, Orion was killed by a Radion bullet, and this Radion bullet is breaking through reality and time. It's traveling through time backwards to basically kill Orion. And so Barry Allen being alive again is trying to basically catch that bullet. Now, you had Jay and you also had Wally kind of try to help Barry to catch that bullet. And so you had all the current Flashes at that point running together to basically catch that bullet to hopefully save Orion in the past. But of course, they're unable to catch the bullet. Now, while they're running, though, you do have Jay basically give up because he's an older man. His legs cannot run like that forever. And so, of course, he had to tap out while Wally West and Barry continue to try to catch the Radion bullet. But as Jay gave up, you had the Black Racer run by Jay. Now, the Black Racer is actually very important because the Black Racer represents death in one of the many ways of DC Comics. You have different ways or different people who basically represents death. And of course, the Black Racer is one of them. But you have the Black Racer really chasing after Barry Allen because Barry should be dead, but Barry's not dead. And so, of course, right now, it's the Black Racer trying to catch Barry while Barry and Wally are trying to catch that bullet. And they're kind of going through reality and time at the same moment. Now, that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Libra and the Human Flame. Now, remember, the way Grant Morrison was writing this story, you would believe that Libra is the main bad guy of this event. But in reality, it's Darkseid. We all know it had to be Darkseid because Darkseid is a more powerful character than Libra. Now, with that being said, though, remember, Libra's main goal right now is to have a perfect balance on Earth between good and evil. Now, with that being said, though, Libra is the guy who has been going around and trying to recruit all these different characters to his side. But of course, to convince these characters to join his side, he had to do something for each and every one of them. And so when it came to the Human Flame, what he did for the Human Flame was kill off the Martian Manhunter, which was really huge. But with the death of the Martian Manhunter, a lot of bad guys began to believe in what Libra was trying to say. Now, with that being said, though, right now we see Libra giving Human Flame some kind of helmet. Now, of course, as soon as the Human Flame puts on this helmet, well, that is the moment we come to find out is holding the anti-life equation. And remember, the anti-life equation takes away your willpower. You basically follow orders left and right. And of course, with that anti-life equation playing in the ears of the Human Flame, the Human Flame has completely lost his free will. Now, right after that, you do have Lex appear. Now, remember, Lex Luthor has been that guy who has been challenging Libra, like, I don't trust you and I know I can't trust you. Now, with that being said, though, you do have Libra basically show Lex he has no choice at this point. Because now Libra has more people on his side, and yet all these people surround Lex. And he tells Lex, you have two choices. You can join us or die. Make your choice, Lex. Now, that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Clark Kent, Superman. Now, the last time we saw him was Final Crisis number 2. But here's the problem, though. In Final Crisis 2, he was basically working at the Daily Planet. And while working there, a bomb went off. And when that bomb went off, of course, he survived the explosion, but Lois Lane got hurt. And it was a way for Libra to show that none of these heroes are untouchable. That all of these heroes can basically be grabbed. That these heroes can basically be destroyed. And so you had Libra set off a bomb that basically almost killed Lois Lane. And right now she's in the hospital and it looks like she could possibly die. But that is the moment you have Clark Kent be confronted by some random lady. And this lady is telling Clark, if you come with me, you can save her life and all lives. And so, of course, she's talking about Earth completely. And so, of course, this is going to lead into Superman Beyond, which is written by Grant Morrison. And of course, like I said, I might try my best to actually cover that storyline. Now, we actually do jump over to the Justice League. Now, this is a huge moment because right now we're watching Hal being arrested. Now, remember, Hal Jordan is being arrested because when John Stewart, the other Green Lantern, was basically investigating the scene of the crime where Orion's dead body had crashed at, John was attacked by another Green Lantern. And so the Alpha Lanterns believe it had to be Hal who had attacked John. And so, of course, they're going to take Hal away. Now, with that being said, though, for Wonder Woman, she's kind of like, we're screwed here because most of our team is gone. She's talking about the Justice League to Alan Scott, the original 1940s Green Lantern. And what she's saying is Batman's missing. The Flash is missing. Superman right now is with his dying wife. And our two Green Lanterns, one's in a coma and the other one's being arrested right now. We're literally short-staffed. And so that is the moment you have Alan Scott call up Oracle. Of course, Oracle being Batgirl, Barbara Gordon. Well, she was Batgirl, but now she's Oracle. Now, with that being said, it's Alan Scott saying it's time for us to draft superheroes into our roster because right now we need all hands on deck. That means it's time to do a draft. You have the military draft, and now it's time for a superhero draft. And so that is the moment where you do have Oracle go ahead and call up a lot of different heroes to basically be part of this draft. And you're talking about characters like Green Arrow, Supergirl, Twaki Twani, don't ask, Freddie Freeman, and also the new Aquaman. Yes, the new Aquaman, because the history of Aquaman is going to shock a lot of people, but I am not going to get into that right now. but also like the Justice Society, the Teen Titans, the Outsiders, the Shadow Pack, and other characters as well. It's all hands on deck for this event now. Now that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Mr. Miracle in Tokyo. Now remember, Mr. Miracle is a new god who had died, but he was brought back to life and he now possesses a regular human body. Now with that being said though, right now he's alongside with a Tokyo superhero known as Sunny Sumo. Now Mr. Miracle really went to Sunny Sumo for two reasons. One, to stop evil from winning, but two, because Sunny Sumo is very important for the anti-life equation. He is one of the many pieces for the anti-life equation. And so it's Mr. Miracle coming to Sunny for those two reasons. Now, of course, Sunny is having a hard time believing Mr. Miracle that evil is about to win. But while they're talking to one another, well, that is the moment they do get attacked by some Justifiers. Now, those characters right there are not honestly that important. But of course, while you have our two heroes trying to fight against the Justifiers, that is the moment you do have the super young team, that's their name, a Tokyo team, come in and being able to save Mr. Miracle and Sunny Sumo and get them out of there before any more damages are done. Now that is the moment where we actually do jump over to Wonder Woman. And right now you have her with the Atomic Knights. Now those characters right there also not important. But basically right now you have Wonder Woman and the Atomic Knights arriving in Bloodhaven. Now when they do arrive in Bloodhaven, because basically there was an incident at the Command D bunker. And matter of fact, that took place back in Final Crisis number 2. But of course, as you have our characters right now kind of walking through this wrecked city, that is the moment she finds a character known as Replica. And Replica is a character who was an agent of Shade, but she's dead now. And the question is though, why? Well, she was killed off by Mary Marvel. Now, Mary Marvel is part of the Shazam family. And so to find Replica dead and to find out that Mary Marvel killed her, that means that Mary Marvel is no longer good. She's now bad. And the question is though, why? Why is she bad? And matter of fact, she has changed her outfit completely. It's a horrible outfit, but she has changed her outfit completely. Now, you do have Mary Marvel and Wonder Woman fight against one another. But while they're fighting against one another, well, that is the moment you do have our hero, Wonder Woman, being able to defeat Mary Marvel. But right after she does that, you have Mary Marvel tell Wonder Woman, hey, you're too late. In 5 minutes, the anti-life equation is going to spread around the world. And when it does, it's basically game over. Like what Mary Marvel had told Wonder Woman, the anti-life equation will be spread around the world in 5 minutes. And the way they do it is through computers, because you have Oracle and also Mr. Terrific basically find out there is some kind of email, and that email was holding the anti-life equation. And so the anti-life equation has now been spread across the world just like that. Bam, people's free will is now completely gone. And of course, that means now everything has just fallen apart for our heroes in literally 5 minutes. Now we actually do pick up with the flashes, and this is where we are going to end today's video, but we actually do pick up with Wally West and Barry Allen. Now, you do have Wally West and Barry Allen right now in the future, because they were chasing that bullet for so long, and of course they did fail. That bullet was still able to go back in time and kill Orion. But either way though, our flashes have now arrived in the future. Now, Wally West has no idea why Barry's alive again. And honestly, Barry doesn't either. But of course, for Barry, he says the only thing he remembers was dying. And then waking up and seeing a bullet that he had to catch to save Orion's life. But of course, they failed. Now, with them being in the future, this gives us a look of what happens in the future with the anti-life equation basically being out there. And of course, It's bad. The entire world has been taken over, and they are confronted by Wonder Woman, but she's evil. And she even says, superheroes, kill. Basically means in the future, the anti-life equation got her, and now she goes around killing people. And this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. Now, the next What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. This time, we are going to continue our coverage over Final Crisis, and we actually pick up with some tie-ins that Grant Morrison says is actually very important because he was the one who had written these tie-ins that we are covering, which is Superman Beyond. And no, not the Superman Beyond from the Beyond universe. This is actually the main DC Universe Superman, but before the New 52 reboot going on, an adventure that is going to take him beyond what he used to be going on, where he is trying to save his wife Lois and also saving all existence as well. Because remember, at the end of Final Crisis number 2, we saw the Daily Planet get blown up because Libra, the main bad guy so far in this series, was trying to show Lex Luthor that he can hurt Superman, because Libra is this character who is trying to recruit all villains across the planet to help take down the side of good. But to get them to join, he shows them how he can deliver on a promise he makes to every single one of them. So for Lex Luthor, it was a way to hurt Superman, which was to blow up the Daily Planet, which led to Lois Lane getting seriously injured. Now, all of that took place in Final Crisis number 2. But in Final Crisis number 3, we saw that basically while Clark Kent was waiting on Lois Lane to get better, someone came into the room asking Clark Kent to basically help out. If he does, this mysterious person will be able to help Lois Lane heal, and everything is going to be okay for her. But if Clark Kent doesn't help this person, well, we are going to see the end of everything. So Superman has to go with this person to make sure everything survives, which leads into this storyline we are covering that came from Grant Morrison, because Grant Morrison is the one who is writing the main Final Crisis storyline. He made sure to say that these tie-ins are actually very crucial for the entire Final Crisis story that he is doing. So it explains why we have to cover this crazy story. And so getting into today's video, we actually pick up with a character who we have no idea who it is, but he is basically beating down on what seems to be a Superman, Colossus-sized Superman actually. But while this mysterious character is basically defeating Superman, you do have this character say that basically the end is near for everything. And as Superman, if Superman can hear the final beats of a particular person's heart. Now, of course, this takes place in the future, so we have to work our way to this point by going back to the past. Of course, when we do, we pick up with Superman still with Lois Lane, who is in the hospital. Of course, this coming after the scene we saw in Final Crisis number 3. Where you had Clark Kent with his wife hoping that she will recover after the big explosion at the Daily Planet, but while waiting for her to recover, he is confronted by a monitor, and her name is Zillow Vala. And usually monitors are people who watch over the multiverse, but this one is here to recruit Superman and bring him and the other characters that she had recruited to basically stop some kind of evil. Now, this evil is known as the Echo of Midnight, but we don't get the chance to learn more about it for the time being. But we know that this being is going to end everything apparently across the multiverse. So she is asking Superman if he is going to help protect everything that exists or let it all die so he can stay with his dying wife. Of course, Superman is going to say yes, and so he does go with Zillow Vala and begin his adventure into the beyond for this book. But that is the moment you do have Superman and Zilo Vala go on the Ultima Thule, Zilo Vala's ship. Of course, she uses this ship to basically travel between or into different universes across the multiverse. Now, with that being said, that is the moment we see Superman meet the other characters that Zilo Vala had recruited for this special mission. So, for example, one is Shazam, but from Earth 5, where he is basically the main hero in that universe, the replacement of Superman in that universe. Then you have Overman from Earth 10, and on that Earth, basically Superman was taken in by Nazis, and that was a completely different storyline for Superman. And finally, you have Captain Atom from Earth 4, who is not a Clark Kent, almost said Captain Kent, who is not Clark Kent, but a Captain Atom who basically has the powers of Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen. These are the characters that she had recruited. But while meeting these characters, we come to find out that the Zilo Vala ship is being attacked by someone. And when Superman tries to use his super sight, he does see the bleed. The bleed is basically the barriers around the different dimensions in the DC multiverse. But the Ultima Thule is being attacked by the Echo of Midnight, which is just a colossal ship with death rays. Except the Echo of Midnight is also falling apart because that ship has been attacked by the last character recruited by Zilo Vala, which is Ultraman, who comes from the antimatter universe. This was before it was retconned that he is actually from Earth 3. But either way, he is an evil Superman who has been recruited to help with this battle, and he is using anything or anyone as a weapon to destroy the Echo of Midnight, which he does. But the problem is that the Echo of Midnight begins to slide through different universes, and it is about to crash into Earth 6. And this is an Earth that is alive and was doing well. But if the Echo of Midnight crashes into the Earth, there is going to be a lot of deaths on this Earth. So you have Zilo Vala tell Superman to take the Echo of Midnight over to Earth 51 because it is currently a dead Earth. And of course, if it does crash there, nobody will die. After all of that, you do have our superheroes and the Zilo Vala crash into an unknown universe. Like, it is literally not on any map. And so, of course, the heroes have no idea where in the world they are at. Now, after Ultraman really argues with the rest of the superheroes, that is the moment they find out that they are basically in limbo. Because they do meet the king of limbo, which is Merryman. Now, I am not going to sit here and really try to explain Merryman, but when it comes to limbo, it is an area where heroes who are forgotten about go to. Really, it's an idea that characters that writers won't use ever or readers have forgotten about end up here in limbo. Later on, they do learn that they are just fictional characters, but when they leave limbo, they forget who they are. Now, if our heroes stay here too long, they will be forgotten on their own universe as well, and forget their universe as well. But of course, with Superman, he feels like he should explore the area, which he does, and he finds the Library of Limbo, which contains one unreadable book with an infinite number of pages, realizing that it should contain information on how to get them out of limbo. Superman and Shazam try to move it to the ship. Instead, it tells them a story in their heads. And this is how the story goes. In the beginning, there was only one monitor. This monitor discovered the multiverse. Then he wanted to investigate the multiverse. The monitor sent a probe, discovering that beings create meanings, conflicts, and events, stories. Unprepared for this new concept, the monitor probe split in two. One half became the array of worlds, while the other became a colossal figure or statue of the greatest hero, a massive golden Superman. The monitor created a progeny around himself, the monitors of the 52 universes of the multiverse. They made their home in a vast city around the golden statue, which began to rust. The legend grew among the monitors that the statue was a doomsday weapon intended to protect them from the ultimate enemy. It becomes attached to the story of Monitor Dax Novu, the Radiant, the first son of the original Monitor, who first explored the multiverse, brought knowledge of the bleed, and eventually gave his life to contain the entity called Mandrake, who is someday to rise against all of creation. But getting back to Limbo, the end of the story really surprised the two heroes. But then Shazam goes back to Billy Batson, but now Billy can only access a fragment of the wisdom of Solomon, which tells him the thing most prized will say the most beloved. But while Superman is taking Shazam back to the ship, he runs into the Court of Limbo, who have come to the conclusion that if something can happen, anything can happen. And of course, they believe they can escape Limbo by using the Ultima tool. However, they are trapped in Limbo. And Superman is forced to leave them behind. And of course, he makes a promise that one day he will be able to save them. As they enter the Zilovala's chamber, they see her draining Overman's blood. However, this was done for Mandrake, the dark Monitor. Almost said dark wrong there. The main bad guy of this story, who was the one who controlled the Echo of Midnight and has a greater weapon at his command. When our heroes look outside, they see the arrival of a colossal machine which shatters the sky of Limbo. And Ultraman, who is holding the Infinite Book once again and shouting that evil will ultimately win. Now we jump over to chapter 2, which is the last part of this storyline. But it does pick up where the last chapter left off at, where you have Ultraman right now going crazy and wanting to let evil win, which I love how he is the one to be down to let evil win and let this Mandrake character win. It's not surprising or anything, but when I saw he was the one screaming about evil winning and letting evil win, is kind of funny to me because it would be him to do it. But either way, you do have him actually challenge the other characters that were brought to this event to basically battle. Now back on Zilo's ship, you do have Overman wanting to kill her because she did drain his blood, but he's stopped by Billy Batson. And he is like, no fam, we ain't going to kill her. Plus, she does give them a warning about Mandrake that could possibly help them win the battle. But you have Billy say the ship that belongs to Zilo, it needed to be repaired. And of course, it took over Zilo's body to repair itself. So again, it kind of explains why Zilo drained Overman's blood. But once we get past all of that, we actually see Zilo kind of help Billy remember how to turn back into Shazam by telling him the word he needs to remember. And so now he is back in action to help the other characters save the day. But getting back to the battle between Superman and Ultraman, and really it is a battle that doesn't really happen because right when you have the two characters are about to do battle, well, that is the moment you have Captain Marvel step in and actually stop them from doing anything at all. Now, thanks to Captain Atom, this is where the story begins to give us a new kind of creation, a new kind of Superman. This gives birth to a robot Superman. Two creatures of different natures are in fact symmetries. If they are combined, they can become a new creature, a robot powered by the opposite essence. Superman agrees to test Captain Atom's theory in exchange for a droplet of the bleed, because the bleed is the only way that could basically save the life of Lois Lane. Because remember, right now, Lois Lane could possibly die in the main DC universe, and so if Superman can find a way to save her life, he is going to take it. And of course, it is a droplet of the bleed. And so then you have Captain Atom combine Ultraman, the hate crime, and Superman, the selfless act character, and send them to a higher realm of existence. Neil, home of the monitors, Superman, and Ultraman, get this guys, combined together into a pure thought a cosmic robot created by Monitor Dax Novu, against the incoming of darkness. Because of his stronger will, Superman is the one in control of this new merge form. So Ultraman has to sit in the back seat. Now, once they do arrive in Neil, Superman is greeted by Monitor Rija Del, the lover of Nix Uton. And remember, Nix Uton is actually the guy in the main Final Crisis storyline who was exiled from the Monitor Paradise City for failing to save Earth 51. But you have Ouija take Superman to the Castle of Monitors. Superman then finally understands the secret of the multiverse. The Monitors are literally just parasites. They are literally vampire gods who have been feeding off the bleed to stay alive. The Monitors only trapped Dax Nuvu because he showed them their true face. But that is the moment we kind of find out who Mandrake is. And basically, he was the one we saw at the very beginning of this storyline. And of course, he does begin his final assault. Now, you do have Superman fly onward to basically confront him. The battle, yeah, it's crazy, but Mandrake begins to kind of taunt Superman with the idea of Lois Lane actually dying. But then you have Zilo Vala inspires Superman to never give up by reminding him of his story as a son of Krypton, which honestly is just enough to keep Superman going. But then Mandrake does kill off Zilo, which is kind of like, dude, that is crazy, because he also killed off his former lover, which of course is really messed up. But either way though, you do have Superman attack Mandrake and throw him into the endless abyss surrounding the Nil to never return. Now, once you have Superman being able to actually defeat Mandrake, you do have Superman stumble upon a massive tombstone, and he does write a few words on it. Later on, the cosmic robot form that Superman and Ultraman had made does come undone, and they do return to Limbo, where Superman, Captain Marvel, and Overman destroy Mandrake's army and save Limbo's people. Meanwhile, Ultraman is found by Rox Ogama, a Monitor exiled for supporting Mandrake's action. With his master defeated, Ogama has inherited his vampire energies and becomes the new Mandrake, transforming Ultraman into his new vampire Superman. Mandrake plans a dark revenge against Superman. And this is where the story kind of gets a little crazy, and I really hope I understand the ending of the story. But you do have Clark return to his world, and time does move forward. The Monitors believe that they were the only ones who could have contained the bleed, but they were completely wrong. That Superman was the one able to contain the bleed within his own body, and then deliver it to Lois Lane with the kiss. In a few moments, she does awake, and of course she does embrace her husband. And she remembers Superman's adventure as a fantastic dream. And that's where the story ends. That was Superman Beyond. And I really hope I did a good job explaining this story. If not, go ahead and tell me in the comments below. But honestly, I do hope I did a good job explaining this story. But with that being said, what's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are basically going to continue our coverage over Final Crisis. Yes, we are. And we actually do pick up with Final Crisis Revelations. Now, these are basically tie-ins to the main Final Crisis series. Now, with that being said, though, this storyline right here takes place right after Final Crisis #1. And what I mean by that is, remember, back in Final Crisis #1, basically the Martian Manhunter was killed off by Libra. And of course, it was a huge blow for the Justice League. And so right now you kind of have the world really affected about the death of the Martian Manhunter, because it was a huge thing. You're talking about the idea of one of the higher-ups in the Justice League being killed off just like that, and his body left in the open for everyone to see. And so right now you have the world still kind of grieving and wondering what could be happening to the heroes of Earth right now. But that is the moment where we actually do jump over to the Spectre. Now remember, the Spectre is basically God's vengeance. Now, with that being said, usually if you're doing something wrong like murder, there is a huge possibility that you could get a visit from the Spectre. Now, with that being said, we actually do pick up with Dr. Light. Now, Dr. Light was one of the two characters who had basically helped out Libra to kill off the Martian Manhunter. And so, of course, this dude is a guy who murdered someone. And so, of course, that means there is a possibility that he could have a visit from the Spectre. And of course, he does. But right before you have the Spectre arrive, we do see Dr. Light doing some more horrible things, like torture, it seems like. But either way, you do have the Spectre arrive. And when he does basically show Dr. Light why he is the spirit of God's vengeance. And so with that being said, you have Spectre do a lot of horrible things to Dr. Light in these few pages. And really, you can say that right now, this is basically Spectre kind of torturing Dr. Light up to the point where he actually does kill off Dr. Light. Now, that is the moment where we actually do jump over to a random hospital. Now, the reason why, because we actually do pick up with some nuns right now, checking up on one of their sisters. Now, of course, this sister was badly beaten, and I mean, she was badly beaten. And of course, you do have the doctors telling the nuns, like, hey, listen, we can't do anything for her at all. Like right now, she is seriously injured. Anything else we do could basically kill her off. And so right now, the only thing we can do is kind of just let her go into the afterlife. And her name is Clarice. Now, Clarice is going to be somewhat important, not really somewhat. She's going to be very important for this storyline. But basically, she's going to die any moment now. Now, we do jump back over to the Spirit of Vengeance, Spectre. Now, with that being said, though, right now you do have the Spectre going after another character, and that character will be Ifki. Now, Ifki was the other person who helped Libra kill off the Martian Manhunter. And so, of course, it does make sense why you have the Spectre going after Ifki. It's the Spectre right now going after every single person who had basically killed the Martian Manhunter. So Libra, Dr. Light, and of course, Ifki. Now, Dr. Light is already dead. So now it comes down to Ifki being next. And of course, you do have the Spectre right now kind of torturing Ifki, just like he did with Dr. Light. But of course, at the end of the torturing, you do have the Spectre basically killing off Ifki. Now, there is something I do want to talk about real quick. When it comes to the Spectre, you have to remember he is a spirit of vengeance, but basically that spirit is attached to a soul, somebody who had died just recently. And so you have two beings in one body, the Spectre spirit and someone else who had just died recently. Now, at this point in DC Comics, it was a character known as Crispus Allen. And Crispus Allen was actually a detective in Gotham City who was, of course, murdered. But right after he was killed off, of course, his soul was attached to the Spirit of Vengeance. And the reason why I'm telling you this right now is because when it comes to the Spectre and Crispus, they do not agree on how things should be handled. Yes, they are the Spirit of Vengeance, but sometimes the Spectre takes things a tad bit too far. And for Crispus, he does not like that at all. It's not justice, he says sometimes. But either way, you do have the Spectre go ahead and killing off Ifki and about to go after the Libra next. Now, we actually do jump over to England, where we actually do pick up with Renee Montoya. Now, remember, Renee Montoya was a character who was actually famous back in the Batman the Animated Series back in 1990. But of course, when DC Comics finally brought her over in the 2000s, of course, she was just your regular police officer in Gotham City, but then she was promoted to become the Question. Now, with all that being said, though, you do have Renee Montoya in England England right now. And this right here is kind of picking up where our earlier videos left off at when it comes to Final Crisis, but also things that happened back in the 52 storyline. But basically right now you have Renee Montoya being confronted by a bunch of people. Now, these bunch of people belong to an order known as the Order of Stone or the Order of Lilith. And basically, back in the 52 storyline, Renee Montoya had actually joined that religion group to basically stop one of their rituals. But while she was in that group, of course, you had the people in that order believe that Renee Montoya was going to be their leader, their future successor, and lead them into success down the road, but also do all the different crimes down the road as well. But in reality, it was really Renee Montoya just joining that religion, that order, to basically stop them. And so right now, they're coming after her to get revenge. But at the same time, she's trying to stop them from grabbing a certain item that is going to be very important for this storyline. Now, we actually do jump back over to the Spectre. And right now, you do have the Spectre kind of basically on his way over to Libra, because remember, Libra is one of the people who had killed the Martian Manhunter. Really, he's the main one. But either way, though, remember, when it comes to the Spectre, there's two people in one body. The spirit of the Spectre, but also Crispus Allen, the person kind of being the host for the spirit of Spectre. But when it comes to Crispus Allen, he hates the idea of being the spirit of vengeance, because when it comes to vengeance, you're not doing justice. You're not doing anything good at all, because vengeance is just revenge. It comes from the heart. But when it comes to justice, it comes from your head. You're trying to do something right. And so basically hates the idea how the spirit of vengeance looks at himself like he's doing justice for the world, but in reality, he's just going around getting revenge for different people. Now, with that being said, though, you do have the Spectre go and find Libra. Now, this is huge because earlier we saw the Spectre basically kill off Dr. Light and Iffy. And so Libra is the last one who needs to be handled because, again, Libra did kill off the Martian Manhunter. The problem is, though, when you do have the Spectre try to grab Libra and basically begin the process of torturing him and finally killing him, the Spectre cannot do anything at all to Libra. Like, basically, his powers get canceled. And out of that right there, you do have the Spectre tell Crispus, we can't punish him. Like, something has stopped us from basically punishing Libra. And it's kind of like, wait, whoa, what in the world had basically stopped the Spectre from punishing Libra? What just happened? And just like that, you do have the Spectre just disappear and get the heck out of there. Now, we actually do jump back over to the Order of Lilith or the Order of Stone. And right now, you do have the Order of Stone or the Order of Lilith right now out in the middle of the ocean, basically looking for a particular item. Now, this particular item is going to hold a lot of power. And of course, that power is basically has the ability to kill off a god or to raise a new kind of god. Now, of course, the Order is able to find this item, some kind a spear, and we are going to learn more about this spear down the road. But basically, right after they're able to find the spear, you do have Renee Montoya appear. Now, when Renee Montoya appears, of course, it's her job, or really her trying to stop them right now from taking this spear with them and causing havoc across the world, because she knows how powerful the spear is. And of course, she wants to make sure that this order does not get the spear to cause havoc across the world. And so she does try to stop the order from taking the spear. But the problem is, though, the leader of this group is holding the spear, and she does use the power of the spear on Renee Montoya, sending her flying back into a different part of the boat. Now, that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Crispus Allen. Now, remember, Crispus Allen is basically the Spectre. He is one of the two parts you need to become the Spectre, the Spirit of the Spectre and the host. Now, of course, the host is Crispus Allen. Now, with that being said, though, you do have Crispus Allen right now angry at God. And this is where we kind of learn a tad bit more about Crispus Allen. And what I mean by that is when it comes to Crispus Allen, basically he was murdered. I almost said murdered. He was murdered. And with him being murdered, he was the perfect choice to become the host for the spirit of the Spectre. Now, with that being said, as he went on the world being the Spectre, he had to kill his own son. And the reason why, because his son had also committed murder, but his son killed the guy who killed him. And so is Crispus Allen very upset that he had to kill his own son because his son killed his murderer. And so is Crispus Allen upset with God. He's not even more upset with God because, of course, God did not let the Spectre kill off Libra. And the question is, though, why? Why didn't God let the Spectre kill off Libra? Now, you do have Crispus say that he is no longer going to work with the Spectre anymore. He is done being the spirit of vengeance. But of course, that is the moment you do have the Spectre begin to take over the body of Crispus Allen. And of course, you have Crispus find out who is his next target, which is Renee Montoya. Now, getting back over to Renee Montoya, we actually do see her right now fighting against the people of the Order of Lilith. And right now, you have her best trying to kind of withstand their attack and trying to get away, but to also grab a spear that they have found in the middle of the ocean. But while she's fighting against them, well, that is the moment you do have the Spectre appear. And of course, the Spectre tells her that he is her next target, that basically he is about to go after her and possibly kill her. Now, the reason why you basically do have Renee Montoya being the next target for the Spectre is because Ray Montoya had joined the Order and they had looked at her as their leader. And of course, they have committed a lot of murder over the year or time period that she was part of the Order, that basically it is a Spectre saying you are guilty for all the crimes that your Order had committed. Now, of course, it's a Spectre not realizing that when it came to Renee Montoya, she did not join the Order to basically take over the Order. She basically joined the Order to stop it. But of course, they had committed a lot of crimes when she was in the Order. And so right now, it is a Spectre saying you have to die for what you have basically done. Now, we also kind of find out that basically Renee Montoya and Crispus Allen, they used to be partners in police work back in Gotham City. Now, of course, he had died. But of course, after he had died, she had no idea that homeboy became the Spectre, because not a lot of people actually meet the Spectre. And if you do, you know what? It's for two reasons. One, to actually help him, or two, you're going to die by him. And right now, it is Spectre basically trying to kill off Renee Montoya. But that is the moment you do have Renee Montoya grab a spear once again, because she is trying to make sure that the Order does not get their hands on the spear and basically take it with them. And so, of course, she does grab it. And of course, it does start a small battle between the Spectre, the Order, and Renee Montoya. But while you have all three sides battling against one another, you do have the Spectre basically teleport Renee Montoya away. The problem is, though, when he did that, she left behind the spear. And of course, the spear is something the Order really wanted, and now they have it. Now, of course, that is the moment you do have the story kind of jump over to where Renee Montoya and also the Spectre had teleported to. And of course, this is the moment you do have Renee Montoya call the Spectre stupid, because the reason why, he left the spear behind. And that spear is known as the Spear of Destiny. And of course, when it comes to the leader of the Order, she is basically destined to do something big. And that big could basically ruin the entire world. And so, of course, it is Renee Montoya very upset with what the Spectre had basically done. Now, with that being said, though, you do have the Spectre basically say, who cares? Like, honestly, I don't care. Like, you're my next target. You have to go bye-bye. I'll make sure that this process is painless, but hey, you are going to die. But before I kill you, I will basically give you the last chance to see something you do care for, something you do love. And of course, it is Batwoman. Of course, they did have a small fling here and there, but of course, it is the Spectre saying, look, I am showing you Batwoman and showing you how she's okay right now. She's fighting against a bunch of bad guys, but this is the last thing you're going to see, something that you love. But basically, you gotta die. Now, that is the moment you do have basically the Spectre take Renee Montoya to the GCPD building, of course, the Gotham City Police Department building. But either way, though, the reason why he does that is because he knows how special this place is, especially when it comes to the bat signal. Now, with that being said, though, he does tell her, you have to die because you were the leader of the Order of Stone, the Order of Lilith. Now, with that being said, though, when it comes to Renee Montoya, she was the leader, but not by choice. When she had basically joined the order, she was just your regular person, but they had called her their leader. Because of them, she was destined to do something else. But either way, though, even though she left, they still kind of look at her as their leader. And because that cult, that group, that order, they had basically caused so many problems across the world, being rapists, murderers. And so, of course, with her being called their leader, it is God, but also the Spectre saying, hey, they look at you basically as their leader. And so their crimes is on your hands. And so you have to die for those crimes, even though it was Renee saying she is actually innocent. And honestly, she is innocent. The God and also the Spectre basically say, who cares? You have to basically die. Now, right when you see the Spectre about to go ahead and kill off Renee Montoya, that is the moment she is actually saved by another spirit of God, the spirit of mercy, Radiant. Now, this is actually huge because remember that nun from earlier that got badly injured in the hospital, and of course the doctor said they couldn't do anything else to save her life? Well, she died, but God gave her a new chance to be the spirit of mercy, Radiant. And of course, right now is God showing Renee Montoya mercy. Now, Spectre is very upset by this for two different reasons. The first one is because he feels like God is basically right now stopping him from doing his job, which is right now going around the world, showing the world vengeance and basically not letting him go ahead and show Renee Montoya vengeance. But the second reason is very important because like I said earlier, when it came to Crispus Allen, basically he was killed off, but his son killed off his murderer. But because his son became a murderer, you had God basically told Crispus, you have to kill your own son now. And so right now it's Crispus wondering, why does Renee Montoya get a pass, but not his son? His son is dead, but Renee gets a second chance. This is not fair. But when it comes to Renee Montoya, she actually did nothing wrong. That order did call her their leader, but of course, she was not their leader. She was just there to basically stop a ritual from happening. Now, that is the moment we actually do pick back up with the Order of Lilith, or the Order of Stone. But basically right now, you do have the Order find Vandal Savage. Now, this is actually very huge because Vandal Savage is a character that has been alive for a very long time, all the way back to when cavemen were around. But basically, when it comes to Vandal Savage, at this point, we do know that he had joined Libra's side. He is one of the inner circles of Libra's organization. Now, with that being said, though, you do have the Order of Lilith, or the Order of Stone, come to Vandal Savage to basically hand him the Spear of Destiny. And the reason why, because with the Spear of Destiny, it does have a huge connection to God, but basically it will change Vandal Savage into Cain, the original sinner. Because remember, Cain is the original sinner when it comes to the whole Christian religion Bible stuff. But either way, though, when it comes to Vandal Savage, he does get stabbed with a Spear of Destiny, and he is changed into Cain, the original sinner. He is alive again, and now is Cain. Goal is to kill off God, but first, he must kill off the Spectre first. Now, we actually do pick back up with Renee Montoya, Spectre, and also Radiant. Now, this is a conversation where basically you have them right now talking about the idea that Renee Montoya was given a free pass, a second chance in life. Now, with that being said, though, of course, that is the moment you do have a bunch of police officers appear. Now, when these police officers actually appear, we come to find out their minds have been taken over by the anti-life equation. Because remember, back in Final Crisis number 3, we saw that the anti-life equation had went global. And with that thing going global, of course, that means a lot of people had basically lost their free will. And so right now, they're all kind of basically following the rules of Darkseid. And right now, they're trying to get Renee Montoya. Now, you do have Radiant and also Spectre kind of pushing back this mob of police officers who are trying to get to Renee Montoya. But while they're trying to hold them back, Renee Montoya is hearing the anti-life equation getting into her head. And of course, what it's trying to get inside her head is trying to break her free will and, of course, put her under Darkseid's control. And so right now she's trying to fight against it. But of course, she's having a hard time doing that. And so you have Radiant and Spectre basically teleport Renee Montoya away to somewhere else. Now, of course, you have Spectre and Radiant teleport Renee Montoya to where Batwoman is at. Now, remember earlier, Batwoman was actually fighting against a bunch of different characters and creatures. And of course, she was getting overrun. Now, of course, when Renee Montoya finds Batwoman, she is basically on the ground, knocked out. And this is Renee Montoya being very worried for the woman that she kind of loves. And so you have Renee run over to Batwoman like, hey, are you okay? Are you alive? Please be alive. I cannot lose you. But that is the moment we come to find out that basically Batwoman has also been taken over with the anti-life equation. Now, as we get into the third chapter, of course, we actually do pick up right now with the world falling apart. Because remember, what we saw in Final Crisis number 3 actually happened, where you have everybody right now being taken over by the anti-life equation. Now, not everybody, but most of the world has been infected by the anti-life equation. Now, with that being said, though, we actually do pick up right now with Spectre and also Radiant trying to protect themselves from the army of humans that have been taken over by the anti-life equation. But of course, you do have Spectre ask a very important question. Why is God letting this happen right now? If God is kind of like the overall being of everything in the universe, then why is he basically right now letting the earth fall apart? What in the world is going on right now? And how can Spectre and Radiant save the day? Now, getting back over to Renee Montoya, who's right now basically getting her butt kicked by Batwoman. This is Renee Montoya finding out that basically something is going on around the world. And of course, that something has infected Batwoman. And of course, we know it is the anti-life equation. But when it comes to Renee Montoya, she has no idea what's happening right now around the world. But either way, though, it's her right now trying to defend herself against Batwoman, which is a very huge task to do because Batwoman is a very good fighter. But either way, though, you do actually have Spectre and Radiant appear once again to save Renee Montoya's life. But of course, this time they're going to teleport her alongside with them somewhere else that is basically safe, because you do have Radiant say that this area, these people, they're a lost cause. We can't do anything at all to basically save their lives. So we have to leave right now if we want to survive, especially your friend Renee Montoya. Now, of course, we actually do jump over to Kane. Now, remember, Kane is basically Vandal Savage, but of course, he was reborn as Kane right now. And so you do have Kane just going around and enjoying what he's seeing right now, what's happening in the world. Complete chaos. The world is falling apart thanks to the anti-life equation. And so, of course, now is Kane wondering what is next. And he's wondering when he can begin the process of doing the things he always wanted to do as soon as he came back to life. But the first thing he wants to do is right now have all his slaves come to him, all his sinners come to him, so that he'll be able to add on to the chaos that is happening right now across the world. And of course, he plans on doing a lot of things to this world. Now, we actually do see that basically when it comes to the Spectre and also Radiant, they have basically taken Renee Montoya to a nearby church. Now, of course, this nearby church is basically a safe haven for them right now to figure out what in the world is going on. Now, you do have Radiant being able to actually heal up Renee Montoya because she was injured by Batwoman, but you do have Renee Montoya say that she saw the crime Bible. And the crime Bible is basically just the anti-Bible. But basically in the crime Bible, it foresaw all of this happening. And so it's Renee Montoya saying, the crime Bible, I read it and it saw this happening. But the question is now, what can we do to basically save the day? Now, with that being said, you do have Spectre very upset right now with God, because to Spectre, it feels like God had basically abandoned them. Because right now, if God was around, he would help Spectre and Radiant deal with this problem. But right now, there is no God. God is not here to basically help them. And this is Spectre, well, the host of Spectre, very upset with the idea that basically God has abandoned them. Now, of course, that is the moment more things begin to pop off at this church. Because while you have Radiant and Spectre and also Renee Montoya talking to one another, you do have some innocent people running into the church asking for protection, because a lot of things are happening outside the church right now. And of course, you do have Radiant let them inside the church. But of course, right after she does that, she looks outside, and what she sees is an army of people, super villains, superheroes, regular people that basically have been taken over by the anti-life equation. Darkseid had basically won, it seems like. And of course, with them being able to actually win, it does not look good right now for our heroes. Now, this leads into a very important conversation. And this conversation about the idea of, has God actually abandoned his people? Is God still around? Because right now, the world is falling apart. And Spectre and Radiant, they're unable to do anything at all to the people who are affected with the anti-life equation, especially people who are right now working for Darkseid, which of course right now the question is, has God basically abandoned his people? Because right now, God is not doing anything at all to help Radiant, Spectre, and Renee fight against what's happening right now across the world, but especially around them. Now, with that being said, you do have Spectre say, I think God has left us behind. He is no longer around, and we're on our own to figure out what in the world to do here to basically save the earth. Now, you didn't have Renee said in the Crying Bible, all of this was foreseen. The spirit destiny, Cain coming back to life, the anti-life equation. Of course, Cain coming after Spectre, the possible death of Spectre. Because when it comes to Cain, he has to kill off Spectre, the vengeance of God. That is what Cain wants to do. And right now, Cain is going to try to kill off the Spectre. And so right now, it's Renee saying, he's coming after you. And the thing is, though, your powers did not work on the people we saw earlier who were infected with the anti-life equation. But on top of that, your powers did not work on Libra. So how much faith do you have right now, Spectre, that you think that you'll be able to actually defeat Cain? But right after that, you do have another important thing happen. And of course, that important thing is when you have Radiant actually see the three people who had basically beaten her so bad that they are technically her killers. Because they're in the church right now hiding from what's happening around the world. But of course, these three men are the one who had basically beaten her so bad that she had died. These are really her murderers right now in the church. And of course, she does as a Spectre, has God talking to you recently? Because if he has talked to you recently, is he telling you to kill these guys right here? Because these three guys had killed me. And of course, you have Spectre say, no, I have not heard from God at all. If I did, I would tell you. And so you have Radiant wondering, what should she do with these three men? Can she actually forgive them? Now, she does show the three men what they have turned into, which is, of course, the spirit of mercy. But either way, though, you do have her kind of walk away, because you do have Renee Montoya say, he is here. And of course, the person that she was talking about is, of course, Cain. Kane has arrived. Now, with Kane arriving, of course, that means that right now Kane is after the Spectre. Now, the reason why he is after the Spectre, again, because Spectre is the spirit of vengeance for God's work. But on top of that, the spirit of vengeance, Spectre, was the one that had scarred Kane years ago. Because when it comes to Kane, Kane was badly scarred by Spectre. And so this is Kane getting revenge against Spectre for two different reasons. But remember, he's not really after the host. He's really after the spirit of vengeance. Because remember, when it comes to Spectre, it's two beings in one body, the host and also the spirit of Spectre. But either way, though, you do have Spectre kind of like, okay, you know what? You want me? I'm here. Let's go. The problem is, though, you do have Spectre get his butt whooped by Kane. Kane easily defeats Spectre just like that. And that right there is very huge because now it shows that what Renee said earlier, how basically Spectre will not be able to defeat Kane, is coming true because Kane powers is just too strong. Spectre powers does not work on Kane, on anybody who has ties to the anti-life equation. Now, when it comes to the fourth chapter, we basically do pick up right now with Kane continuing to beat down on Spectre. But while you have Kane doing that, you do have Renee Montoya kind of talk to us as the readers, where she basically says in the Bible, it does tell us that when Kane does come back, it does mean the end of the world, the end of everything. And with Kane being here, of course, right now, the world falling apart and Kane being here, it does mean the end of everything. Now, with that being said, you then have Kane use the Spear of Destiny on Spectre. And when he does that, he's actually able to split Spectre and Crispus apart from one another. Because remember, when it comes to those two characters, they do make up Spectre. But of course, with Kane using the Spear of Destiny, he is able to remove the two and basically killing off Crispus, but then also making the Spirit of Vengeance his slave. And so now it does seem like all hope is lost because Spectre was just easily defeated. His host is now dead, and the Spirit of Vengeance is now the slave to Kane. Now, right after that, you do have the rest of our heroes kind of look at Kane like, okay, we can't win here. We are basically about to lose to Kane. But that is the moment you didn't have Kane tell the Spirit of Mercy, Radiant, that he has no need for her. That basically he does not even want her around. And so, of course, he does kind of ignore her and takes his attention towards Renee Montoya. He wants to go ahead and kill her off. Now, with that being said, though, he does use the Spear of Destiny on Renee Montoya. But here comes the big shocking moment, though. The spear does not work on Renee Montoya. Somehow, the spear is not affecting her at all. And of course, this is a huge, shocking moment because he does blast her with the Spear of Destiny energy and nothing even happens at all. Now, of course, the Spear of Destiny energy did not work on Renee Montoya. That does not mean that basically Kane cannot stab her to basically kill her. And so you do have Kane say, fine, I'll just go ahead and stab you as a way to go ahead and get rid of you. The problem is, though, right when he's about to stab her, that is the moment you do have Huntress appear. Now, with Huntress appearing in this book, of course, that means they now have extra help to hopefully figure out how in the world they are going to save the day, how they're going to stop Kane. But for right now, they don't do that. Instead, they run inside the church. And the reason why, because with Radiant, she's able to put a force field around the church to protect the people inside the church. And so right now, Renee Montoya, Huntress, and the other people inside the church are protected by Radiant and her force field. And of course, that keeps Kane and his slaves on the outside for the time being. Now, of course, once they do get inside the church, it does lead into an argument. Now, this argument is, of course, really coming from Renee Montoya. But right before the argument, you do have basically Radiant say that when it comes to the Spectre, the spirit of vengeance, of course, with the spirit now being King's slave, the body of Campus is now just a body. And so with them just being a body, he's now dead all over again. Because remember, to you be a host for Spectre, you had to be dead. You have to be murdered. And of course, when it came to Alan, he was dead. But of course, when the spirit took over his body, he was brought back to life again. But of course, with the spirit now being gone and being a slave to Cain, well, Alan is now dead all over again. Now, this does tick off Renee, because you do have Renee say that basically it seems like Radiant knows something and she's not telling them what she needs to know. And of course, with Renee being really angry at the idea that her old friend has now died all over again, and also Radiant kind of hiding things from her, she's kind of wondering what else could pop off. And she's arguing with everyone in the church right now, Huntress and also Radiant. But that is the moment you do have Renee realize, oh my God, I just realized something. Now, this is the moment where you basically have Renee realize like, oh my God, I figured it out, but also you kind of have Radiant kind of give more detail on what's really happening outside in the world right now and why God is not able to help out, because this conflict, this battle is not going to be done by God or any of his creations like, you know, the Spectre or Radiant, except it comes down to the humans basically fighting for their freedom. It comes down to them deciding that they will have free will. If they are able to fight for their free will, that'll be the only way they'll be able to actually defeat Cain and save the day. And so that right there is very important, because if they're actually able to do that, that means they could defeat Cain and save the day and fight against the anti-life equation. Because remember, the anti-life equation is about the idea of someone having no free will. And so with that happening right there, is God saying, if you want to win this war, you have to fight for your freedom, fight for your free will. That is how all of this is going to basically be solved. Now, of course, you do have other information kind of told to us, like basically when it comes to the Spear of Destiny, it can be used by almost anyone. Of course, right now it's being used by an evil person. And so, of course, the powers of the Spear has been corrupted. But right after that, you then have basically Cain trying to make a deal with Radiant, saying that Cain will basically go ahead and kill off the people who had murdered her when she was a human still. Because remember, before all of this went down, we saw her as a nun in the hospital and she was badly beaten and she died in that hospital. And so this is Cain saying, I will kill the ones who had killed you in your past life if you go ahead and just let down your barrier and let me continue my work. Now, of course, you do have Radiant say no, but then you have Cain basically use the Spectre, because remember, the Spectre right now is a slave to Cain, and do a huge crazy thing, because you do have Cain basically make Spectre to recite the anti-life equation. And when he does that, he unmakes creation itself and rebuilds the world in Darkseid's name. Of course, kind of saying that basically Darkseid has won. Now, of course, with the world being remade in the image of Darkseid, of course, everything is beginning to fall apart, including, of course, all God's creation, like the Spirit of Mercy, Radiant. Radiant is basically disappearing, because with the world being remade in the image of Darkseid, of course, that means that there's no God creation. That means she has to go. And now here's a problem though. If she does disappear, that means the force field that she had placed around the church is basically going to disappear. And then sooner or later, that mob outside, everyone under the anti-life equation, is going to basically charge the church and take everything over. It seems like the end for our characters, but that is the moment you do have Renee Montoya tell Huntress that she does have a particular plan that could possibly work. The problem is though, she only knows half the plan. The other half is going to be more of them winging it to see if it actually does work. But basically their plan is to take the spear away from Cain, because if they do that, it means everything he has done so far will basically be undone. And so right now, that is their main game plan. Remove the spear away from Cain. And of course, you do have Huntress and Renee go out there to hopefully accomplish this goal. The problem is, though, Cain is too strong. He also has a lot of people under his control, including Batwoman and also Catwoman. Two characters right now under the anti-life equation. And of course, right now, they're being used to attack Renee Montoya. And so right now, you do have basically Renee and Huntress having a hard time fighting against Batwoman and also Catwoman. And actually does lead up to the idea of Huntress being stabbed by Catwoman. And where being stabbed by Catwoman, there goes Huntress. That only leaves Renee Montoya to fight against Cain and his army of people. The problem is, though, you have Cain basically have his slaves hold down Renee Montoya, and then he stabs her. He stabs Renee Montoya. And so now you have both characters being stabbed, and it does look like all hope is actually lost. And so with the spear basically being impaled inside the body of Renee Montoya, you do have Renee say, fine, I'll just take the spear with me. And she does. And then she pulled the spear out of her body. But with the spear now being in her possession, she begins the process of actually using the spear to begin to kind of undo everything that Cain had basically done. So for example, she does heal up Huntress, because remember, Huntress was stabbed by Catwoman. Now, here's the thing though. Right after that, you do have Renee ask Radiant, okay, I need you to heal me. But you have Radiant say no. And the reason why, because right now I'm still being undone. Because remember earlier, you had Cain have Spectre basically remake the world in Darkseid's image. And so right now, Renee needs to do one last thing, which is kind of bring Spectre back to life. Because if she does that, then Spectre will be able to remake the world back in God's image. And if she does that right there, then maybe, just maybe, Radiant will be able to actually heal Renee. Here comes the thing though. Renee also needs to kind of get rid of corruption in the spear, because with the spear being used by evil so many times, the spear is corrupted. And so basically Renee needs to kind of get rid of the corruption. The problem is though, she has to kind of sacrifice her life to bring someone back to life. And of course, that person is no other than Crispus. Because remember, he died when Cain has split the Spectre and Crispus apart, because he was already dead. The spirit was keeping Crispus alive as a ghost kind of. But when they split, he died again. And so it's Radiant saying, if you want me to heal you up, you have to bring the Spectre back to life. But you also have to bring your friend back to life and sacrifice your own. And of course, she does that. And so that is the moment you do have the Spectre coming back to life. And with the Spectre coming back to life, of course, that includes Crispus as well. You do have Crispus and Spectre begin to kind of remake the world back in God's image. How it was before you had Cain force the Spectre to basically change the world into Darkseid's image. But of course, right after you have Spectre do that right there, of course, now Cain is basically powerless, because now Spectre is now holding the Spear of Destiny, and with them holding the Spear of Destiny, and of course, with no corruption at all, Spectre is way more powerful than Cain is. And so you have Cain basically get chained up by the Spectre. Now, Cain still believes that his God is going to win. And of course, we could believe that his God is Darkseid. Because remember, guys, when it comes to DC Comics, they believe the God of Apocalypse and the God of New Genesis are the new gods. They're going to replace the old gods down the road. And so with that being said, you do have basically Spectre say, you may think that, but your God is going to lose. Kind of saying, like, foreshadowing Darkseid is going to lose down the road. But either way, you do have Cain say, you cannot kill me, because your God will not allow that to happen. So you basically cannot kill me. But you then have the Spectre say, oh, you're right, I cannot kill you, but there is also torture though. And what Spectre basically meant by that, because now with Cain being alive again, what's going to happen to Kane from now on is that Kane is going to travel around the world, but he is never going to find peace. That no matter where he goes, people are going to hate him. And this will basically happen to him over and over again until God feels like his punishment is finally done. Now, right after that, you then have Huntress realize that Renee Montoya was brought back to life, or her wound was healed up. But the question is, though, what did Renee do with the Spear of Destiny? Because, of course, she was able to kind of get rid of corruption. But the thing was, though, it was said earlier, she has to bring somebody back to life to kind of save her life, to kind of sacrifice her life, to kind of get rid of corruption inside the Spear. And basically, you have Renee tell us, the readers, that no, she did not bring back Crispus. Instead, she brought back his son, Jake. Because remember, Jake died by the hands of the Spectre. Because remember, when Crispus died, of course, his son went after his father's murderer. And of course, when he did that, the Spectre was basically assigned to go ahead and kill off Jake Allen. And so with that, of course, he was also killed off. And so what Renee Montoya did was she basically used the power of the Spear to bring back Jake Allen. And that is how the story ends. Because you do have Spectre and Radiant go on to their next mission that God has given them. But with that being said, what's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so basically we are going to continue our coverage over Final Crisis. Now, of course, we actually do pick up with another tie-in because when it came to Final Crisis, you had a lot of tie-ins that took place between each of the main chapters of Final Crisis. Now, with that being said, we actually do pick up with Final Crisis Secret Files. Now, this is actually very important. And the reason why, because usually when it comes to DC Comics and you see Secret Files, it is basically a way to kind of tell a retcon story or an origin story over a particular character or a team in DC Comics. Now, when it comes to Final Crisis Secret Files, it basically tells us the hidden information we need to understand why Libra is doing all of this in Final Crisis, but to also find out that basically Libra has a connection to Darkseid, which of course does make sense because in Final Crisis, we have been seeing Darkseid basically make moves here and there throughout the entire event. And so, of course, we knew there had to be some kind of connection between Darkseid and also Libra. The problem was, though, we had no idea what that connection was. And so, of course, with Final Crisis Secret Files, it gives us that information we need to kind of understand what is a connection between Darkseid and Libra. Now, when it comes to Final Crisis Secret Files, it does kind of give us the origin of Libra and still trying to give us the information we need to understand what is the connection between Darkseid and also Libra. But it starts off with his origin story. Now, of course, when it comes to Libra, he's that character in DC Comics who wants to make sure the world is perfectly balanced, but especially when it comes to good and evil. Now, after he kind of reminds us about that, basically, you then have him explain his origin story, where he does tell us that at a young age, he had to watch his mom die. And the reason why his mom died, because basically she has some rare disease. But of course, when it came to his mom's medicine, it was given to her incorrectly. And what I mean is that basically the pharmacist who was supposed to get the medicine ready for her, he took his time getting the medicine ready, but he was also drinking on the job. And so with him drinking on the job, he basically gave the wrong medicine to Libra's mother. And so, of course, when she took that medicine, it didn't help. It made things worse and she died. Now, of course, when she did die, of course, he was now left behind with his father. But with the death of Libra's mother, of course, it turned Libra's father into a drunk, a very abusive drunk. And of course, he was always abusing Libra. Now, of course, one of the times that he was going to attack Libra, being that abusive father, he missed and fell off the building and died. And so, of course, Libra no longer had any parents at all. But after the death of his parents, and of course some time passed by, you do have Libra go to college. Now when he does go to college, of course he does meet a professor, and that professor is Ted Knight. Now that name should be very important, and the reason why, because Ted Knight was the first Starman. Back in 1940 comics, you had a Starman, and he first appeared in Adventure Comics number 61. I could be wrong on the year though, but I want to say it was 1941. But either way though, Ted Knight was Starman back in the 1940s. And matter of fact, he was part of the Justice Society alongside with other characters. Of course, the superhero team that came before the Justice League. Now with that being said though, Ted Knight taught the college that Libra went to, and Libra fell in love with the words that Ted Knight was saying about space and stars and planets. And so, of course, you had Libra take every single class that Ted Knight basically taught. But of course, after taking every single class that Ted Knight taught, of course, Ted Knight could no longer teach Libra anything else. And so you had Libra basically break into Ted Knight's office to find some kind of blueprint. Now this blueprint that basically Libra steals is going to be very important for this storyline. But after stealing those plans, you then have Libra basically take that blueprint plans to make a telescope. Now, this telescope is not actually a telescope. It's actually called an energy transmogrifier. And basically what Libra was going to do was he was going to absorb half the energy of the universe into himself to see what could possibly happen. And so, of course, that was his master plan after he was able to get the blueprints from Ted Knight. Now, of course, after he was able to make that device that he kind of stole from the blueprints of Ted Knight, you then have Libra decide that he was going to be a bad guy. But then he was wondering what should he do as a bad guy. But that is the moment he was confronted by a mysterious character. Now, this mysterious character, we have no idea who this character actually is. But we do know that this character is working for somebody else, because he does tell Libra, hey, my boss and I, we have been watching you, and we feel like basically you could actually help us out, but we must help you out first so that you can then help us out down the road. And what he means by that is him and his boss giving Libra some very important items that could basically help Libra, and then down the road, Libra can help them. And so, of course, you then have this guy say, do you agree to let my boss actually help you? And matter of fact, I can show you a small sample of his powers, because he is a very strong, powerful being. And so a small sample of his powers can do a lot of great things for you. And you have Libra basically agree to kind of work with this mysterious character and this mysterious boss, who he has no idea who this boss or this character actually is. But right after you had Libra basically take up that offer, you then have our mysterious character teleport Libra to this satellite base. Now, of course, this satellite base is going to be used by Libra. But of course, it is our mysterious character telling Libra, hey, listen, if you do use this base right here, it can be used for all your master plans. And of course, this actually leads into a storyline that happened in the past, where basically Libra formed the Injustice Gang. Of course, this super villain group that had attacked the Justice League. But in that storyline, you also had Libra going around and draining half the powers of every single member of the Justice League. So half of Superman, half of the Flash, half of Batman, half of Green Lantern. Like he took half and half and half from every single member of the Justice League. Now, of course, right after that, he was then able to capture every single one of them because he wanted to see what his actual master plan was. And you have to remember, because when it comes to Libra, his original plan was to drain half the energy from the universe. But now his goal is to drain the energy from the Milky Way galaxy, of course, the galaxy that Earth belongs to. But this is Libra saying, I'm going to show the Justice League what I can actually do with this energy once I actually do absorb this energy. And so, of course, he does absorb the energy. But when he does that, of course, it does lead into some problems. And of course, the problem is that because he took the energy from the galaxy, his mind was not able to actually process all of that energy. And so he's having a million thoughts happening all at once when he began to think, what should I do first as a bad guy? On top of that, his body begins to disappear. And the reason why, because his body and the energy of the galaxy is becoming one. It's becoming united as one force. And so, of course, he's becoming one with the galaxy. And so his body just falls apart and disappears. But then we see some more time has passed by, where basically we do see that Libra's mind just kept wandering, and his body did too. But his body did arrive on Apokolips. And of course, that is the home of Darkseid and Darkseid's people. And this is actually very huge, because usually the only way to get to Apokolips or New Genesis is that basically you had to have a boom tube. But this is Libra being able to arrive on Apokolips without a boom tube, and this is huge. Now, of course, he is confronted by Metron, and Metron's kind of like, hey man, listen, I have no idea how in the world you got here, but usually you kind of need a boom tube to actually get here. But then you have him be confronted by another character known as Darkseid. Now, Darkseid is kind of like this weird but weird person on Darkseid who basically tortures people left and right. And of course, he's kind of like, hey, listen, I'm going to start torturing you right now because you're on Apokolips, which is not your territory, and you're basically trespassing, and I want to torture you. Now, you do basically have Darkseid tell Libra that they have been waiting for him for a very long time. But of course, now he's here, they can now begin the process of torturing. Now, in the middle of the torturing, that is the moment you do have Libra meet the boss of Darkseid and actually the ruler of Apokolips, which is Darkseid. Now, this is huge because Darkseid is the one who's kind of like, I have been waiting for you. I've been waiting for this moment. And I feel like it's about time for me to finally use you as a moving block into my idea of completing my master goal. And this is the moment where you basically have Darkseid actually recruit Libra. Now, of course, we actually do learn who was that mysterious character from earlier we saw when, of course, who gave Libra that satellite spaceship. And of course, it was Glorious Godfrey. Now, Glorious Godfrey, of course, works for Darkseid as well. And Glorious Godfrey was the one who basically gave Libra all the different kind of equipment he needed to basically be able to form the Injustice gang. But the reason why Godfrey did that, because Darkseid told him to. Because Darkseid felt like Libra could be the key to basically help him get the one thing that Darkseid has always wanted, which is the anti-life equation. And so, of course, you have Darkseid ask Libra, are you down to actually serve me? Are you down to actually help me? And you have Libra like, listen, you helped me in the past. You have shown me so many things in the past and gave me so much. I want to basically help you. And so you have Libra say yes. And so you then have Darkseid kind of tell Libra everything he needs to do to technically help him get ready for for Darkseid to get the anti-life equation. And so that kind of explains all the different moves that we saw from Libra in Final Crisis 1, 2, 3, Rogue's Revenge, all the things we covered so far in Final Crisis. It makes sense why it's happening, because it was Darkseid telling Libra what you need to do, and hopefully you'll be able to actually accomplish those different things. And so, of course, you do have Libra go down to Earth. He does everything we saw in the earlier chapters of Final Crisis, including the idea of introducing the anti-life equation. But basically, it's Libra saying, I did everything my master asked me to do. I did everything I was told to do. And now my boss, Darkseid, will finally get what he wants. Now, remember, when it comes to Libra, usually the world has to be perfectly balanced. That was his goal. But when it comes to Darkseid, nothing is no longer perfectly balanced, because nothing can balance against Darkseid at all. Darkseid must rule. And this is What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are basically going to continue our coverage over Final Crisis, and we actually pick up with Final Crisis Resist. Now, Final Crisis Resist is basically saying that you do have a small group of people left on Earth who are going to resist what Darkseid had basically done in the earlier parts of Final Crisis. Now, remember, at this point in the Final Crisis storyline, basically you have Darkseid has won. Like, he had found the anti-life equation. And remember, the anti-life equation basically means that you lose complete willpower. Like, you basically are following Darkseid's rule. And so, of course, you have a lot of people just saying like, Darkseid, he's the best. Things like that. And so, of course, the world has been taken over. And so when it comes to Final Crisis Resist, it does tell us, hey now, there are some people out there who are resisting what Darkseid is actually trying to do. Which, of course, makes sense, because if you had no one out there trying to resist against Darkseid, then the story is basically completely over. But instead, now you actually have people out there who are trying to fight back against Darkseid to hopefully save the Earth before Darkseid is able to actually have complete rule over the Earth. And so this is where this tie-in comes in. It takes place between Final Crisis number 3 and number 4. But with that being said, here is Final Crisis Resist. Now, when it comes to Final Crisis Resist, it basically focuses on a particular group known as Checkmate. Now, Checkmate is one of the many different government organizations you have in DC Comics, and we have seen a couple so far in our coverage in Final Crisis. But of course, it's now time for Checkmate to come in, because again, with the world being taken over, it does make sense to have the government systems being involved. Now, with that being said, when it comes to Checkmate, it's basically your government system that is run kind of like a chessboard, where you have your king and queens kind of running the whole organization. You have the bishops kind of run the missions. You have pawns. Like, you really have an actual order that is basically done by the idea of chessboard. Now, with that being said, though, of course, right now, we actually pick up outside of the main Checkmate base. And of course, we actually pick up with Fire and Tommy. Now, Fire and Tommy are not going to be very important that long. And the reason why, because right now they're basically just guarding the entrance to the main base. But of course, while doing their job, that is the moment they are confronted by Ice, another character honestly not that important for this storyline, except for this moment right here. Because that is the moment we kind of find out that she has been taken over by the anti-life equation. And so, of course, she's here to basically turn other people on Darkseid's side. And so right now, you have her confronting Fire and Tommy. Two characters, again, not that important for this storyline. But then we actually pick up with the inside the base of Checkmate, where of course right now it does seem like a normal day where nothing is going wrong, everything seems okay. Everybody should be having a normal day. But the problem is, though, you do have the base get attacked by Ice. Of course, the person who's on Darkseid's side and trying to turn more people into members of Darkseid's army. Now, with that being said, before she does attack, we do get the chance to learn some different characters who are basically in charge of Checkmate, because remember, when it comes to Checkmate, your kings and queens are the ones who basically run everything. So like, for example, you have Sasha Borodox, and I'm pretty sure I just butcher her last name, but she is one of the queens. You also have Mr. Terrific, who's one of the kings, and you also have Valentina Vostox, who's the other queen. Now, I forgot who the other king is, but either way, right now, those are three characters who kind of in charge of the whole Checkmate organization. Now, with that being said, of course, right now, with the base being attacked by Ice and more people joining Darkseid's side, you have Mr. Terrific say, okay, we have to go into our panic room and hide. Because right now, if we stay here, we'll basically turn over to Darkseid's side, and we can't have that. And so, of course, you do have Sasha, Talib, and also Mr. Terrific being able to get inside the panic room away from everybody else who have been affected by the anti-life equation. Now, once they get inside the actual panic room, of course, that is the moment you have Talib and also Mr. Terrific find out that basically something is wrong with Sasha, that she has been affected by the anti-life equation. Oh yeah, Talib is the other king of the organization alongside with Mr. Terrific. So he kind of runs the actual Checkmate organization. Either way, Sasha has been affected by the anti-life equation. The thing is, though, when it comes to Sasha, she is an OMAC. OMACs were kind of like this virus that was able to take over a human's body to kind of turn them into cyborgs in a way. And so, of course, Sasha is basically one of the OMACs across the world. But of course, she turned into OMAC form. And the reason why, because she was affected by the anti-life equation. And so she went OMAC to kind of give her a few more minutes to say goodbye to Mr. Terrific, because she knows that sooner or later, the actual anti-life equation is going to take over her body and it's over for her. And so, of course, she's telling him, I'm going to shut down, like completely computerized, shut down to keep the anti-life equation away from me so that you will not get affected and basically find a way to save the day. Now, we actually do pick up with another person who's basically part of Checkmate, and that is Snapper Carr. Now, Snapper Carr has the ability to teleport, kind of like Nightcrawler does from Marvel Comics. But either way, right now, we kind of find out when we actually do pick up with Snapper Carr, it has been 4 days since the anti-life equation had basically set off and took over the world. And so, of course, Snapper Carr is just one of the many people out there who were not affected by the anti-life equation. Now, either way, right now, we actually do see him kind of teleporting around this Star Lab space, because Darkseid turned this lab into his war garden. Of course, he's growing different things that could basically help him finish off taking over the Earth. And so you have Snapper Carr coming here to make sure this lab just blows up and unable to use this lab for any future projects down the road. Now, you do have Snapper basically go back to the panic room that Mr. Terrific and also Talib are hiding in. Now, of course, when he does arrive, you do have Snapper basically ask if he's able to use lethal force. Now, the reason why, because when it comes to the idea that these are people who are trying to kill them or convert them over to Darkseid's side, then of course, he should be able to use lethal force. But then you have Mr. Terrific saying, no, you cannot use lethal force. And here's the reason why. Because basically, these are people who are being forced by Darkseid to do his bidding. These are innocent people who have lost their free will and being forced to do what Darkseid wants them to do. And so, of course, no, you may not actually kill these people. Now, with that being said, you did have, I forgot his name for a hot second there. Mr. Terrific realized that basically there is somebody out there in the world on the Watchtower. Of course, the Watchtower is the base of the Justice League. And of course, with somebody being out there on the Watchtower, it's kind of like, okay, maybe there is hope that there are other people out there who could help us resist the anti-life equation army. Because right now, you had Mr. Terrific say when he called out for help, no other superhero team or government organization has answered the call. And so, of course, with somebody being out there on the Watchtower out in space, then that means there's a possibility there's more people out there who can help resist Darkseid's army. Now, the person on the satellite is Firehawk. And so, of course, this is Mr. Terrific telling Snapper, go there and basically meet up with that person. Now, when Snapper actually arrives onto the Watchtower, and of course he is confronted by Firehawk, he believes that Firehawk was somebody who was actually able to resist the anti-life equation. But of course, he quickly finds out that is not true. That basically Firehawk was also affected by the anti-life equation. And so right now you actually have Firehawk attacking Snapper. Now, while they're fighting against one another, though, that is the moment you have Snapper realize Cheetah's there. Now, Cheetah is somebody who's usually known to be kind of like the main bad guy for Wonder Woman. Sometimes it's Ares, the god of war. I do know, like, occasionally it does go back and forth. But either way, for right now, you basically have Cheetah here at the Watchtower. Now, for Snapper, he's wondering, okay, is she somebody else also affected by the anti-life equation? And of course, he's freaking out, but he comes to find out she's not affected by the anti-life equation, which means that basically he'll be able to get some help from her. And of course, he does get help from Cheetah to take down Firehawk. Except right after she basically helps him, you have Cheetah just leave. She disappears and that's it. He's kind of like she used a teleporter to leave the Watchtower to go back to Earth. Hopefully I can find her. Now we do get a page that basically tells us that more days have gone on ever since the anti-life equation had launched off and basically taken over the world. And so, of course, with these days just keep going on, is Snapper going around the world using his ability to teleport to hopefully find more people out there who could have possibly resist against the forces of Darkseid in the anti-life equation. The problem is, though, the more times he goes around to try to find people, and of course, he does not find anybody who could basically help him fight against the anti-life equation, the more times he loses hope, or the more hope he actually loses. Because right now he's realizing that there could be a huge possibility that there's nobody left out there to help them resist against the anti-life equation. And so honestly, this is Snapper kind of giving up. And a lot of days have passed by. And so with more and more days passing by, he's kind of like, heck, I even think that Cheetah is also gone as well. And that right there is basically huge. Because this is him realizing that maybe the world is going to fall. Sooner or later, they're going to fall. Because right now, everywhere he goes, there is nobody left out there at all. Now, of course, you do have Snapper actually find Cheetah after a few days have passed by. And of course, this leads into them kind of having some fun. Because basically what happened is that you do have Cheetah basically be confronted by Snapper, and you have Snapper ask her how she got affected by the anti-life equation. Now, this could lead into a lot of different problems, I feel like, when it comes to the overall storyline of Final Crisis, because basically you have Cheetah say, because she's not a meta-human, because she got her power from a god, which she kind of did, and that's a god of fertility, basically
she's unaffected by the anti-life equation. Now, I really feel like this could possibly lead to other problems in the other books of Final Crisis, because honestly, there's other characters out there who were given powers thanks to some kind of godly being. But either way, because her god is the idea of having fun, basically her and Sniper have some fun. And of course, after they do the deed, they are confronted by Grodd. Of course, an old enemy of the Flash, but he has been taken over by the anti-life equation. Now, as soon as Grodd comes in there, his goal is to make Snapper fall in line with Darkseid's side, Darkseid's anti-life equation. He's trying to make him submit, or trying to make Snapper submit. Now, you do have Snapper realize if he does not leave sooner or later, he will basically join the army of Darkseid. So he has to teleport out there. But of course, if he does, he is going to leave Cheetah behind. But he has no choice. And so he leaves so that he'll not be taken over by the anti-life equation. But of course, he does come back to be the hero to basically save Cheetah and get her and him out of there and back to the panic room that Mr. Terrific and Talib are hiding out in. Now, of course, you do have the heroes kind of regroup back in the panic room. Now, when they do, this is where you kind of have Mr. Terrific realize that he has a master plan to hopefully kind of give them the odds to fight against the forces of Darkseid. And what he says is that the OMAC army, the OMACs out there. So let me explain. Earlier in DC's timeline, you had the OMACs, which was being controlled by Brother Eye. And of course, that took place before Infinite Crisis. But basically, the OMACs are people who've been taken over by a computer virus. They're kind of like cyborgs in their own way. Now, with that being said, though, they are 11 million of them out there in the world. But of course, for them to actually activate every single OMAC across the world to kind of help them fight against the forces of Darkseid, they have to get the access code from Sasha. Now remember, earlier Sasha was basically shut down because she realized that she was being taken over by the anti-life equation. And so, of course, she went into her OMAC form to give herself a few more minutes to basically tell goodbye to Mr. Terrific and then shut down so that she would not be taken over by the anti-life equation. But now Mr. Terrific has to turn her back on just to get the equation so that he'll be able to actually activate the other 11 million OMACs across the world to get themselves an army to fight against the forces of Darkseid. And so, of course, this is him having to actually sacrifice the life of Sasha in a way, but not really, because at the end of Final Crisis, everybody is back to normal. But for now, it's kind of like he will have to basically sacrifice his love for this woman to basically save the entire world. Now, of course, right after he's able to turn Sasha back on to basically get the activation code, he knows he has to work quickly here, because if he doesn't, of course, that means 1, the anti-life equation will take over her body, which means 2, he'll basically lose his chance for the activation code to turn on the OMACs across the world. And so he knows he has to move fast. Or really, Thinker, his AI system, has to move fast to basically get the activation code from her to turn on the rest of the OMACs across the world. But once Thinker is able to get that, Thinker does get out in time, but Sasha is taken over by the anti-life equation, because when she was turned on, of course, the equation continued to try to reach her mind, and of course it did. But luckily for our heroes, Thinker was able to get the code and then shut down Sasha again, and then run over and say, okay, broadcast the code. And just like that, you have millions and millions of people who may have been taken over by the anti-life equation now turn themselves into OMACs, where of course means they're no longer under Darkseid's rule. They're basically under computer rule, and they're now here to basically help Mr. Terrific and the rest of what's left of Checkmate to basically fight against the forces of Darkseid. This is your resistance. This is your resistance army. And that is why the story is called Final Crisis Resist. Now, there is Final Crisis Submit. And of course, I want to say it comes before this video. And honestly, I just realized I recorded this video before Submit. But either way, on the playlist, I'll have it in the right order. But this is the end of today's comic book video. So please,
What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are basically going to continue our coverage over Final Crisis, where we actually do pick up with Final Crisis Submit. Now, Final Crisis Submit is actually a very important chapter in the overall Final Crisis storyline. Now, the reason why I'm saying that because Grant Morrison basically said so, because Grant Morrison wrote this chapter in the Final Crisis storyline. And usually when you have a writer write the main storyline for a certain event, but also a tie-in for that certain event, then most of the time that tie-in is going to be very important. So like Superman Beyond, that was also written by Grant Morrison. And those two chapters are important for Final Crisis storyline. Now, with all that being said though, when it comes to Submit, you have to remember it does take place after Final Crisis number 3, I want to say. But either way, you have Darkseid 1 situation right now. Like Darkseid have basically won the battle. He was able to get the anti-life equation to break the will of people across the world, and now they're under his control. Now, not everybody, but most of the people across the world are under Darkseid's control. Now, this storyline is going to follow Black Lightning. Now, even though Black Lightning seems to be the main character of this video, he actually is not. Black Lightning is actually used to introduce another character that is going to be more important for the Final Crisis main storyline down the road once we actually get there. And so yes, you're going to see Black Lightning, but he's going to be used to introduce another character that is going to be important for the rest of the main story of Final Crisis. Now, when it comes to Final Crisis Submit, we actually do pick up with a mother and daughter right now trying to call out for help. Now, really, it's the mother calling out for help. And right now, you do have the daughter trying to remind the mother what the father said to do. Do not do this. Do not call out for help by using technology, because if you do, they're going to find us. And this is the daughter basically talking about the army of Darkseid, because remember, with Darkseid having the anti-life equation, he broke the will of the people on Earth, and now most of the people are working for him. But of course, this is the daughter saying, if you do try to call out for help using technology, they're gonna find us. Dad told you what could possibly happen if you do it. But this is the mother thinking she knows what's best for her family. They need help. They can't just hide here forever. And so it's her hopefully calling out for a hero to save the day. And that is the moment you do have the story basically switch over to Black Lightning. Now, you do have Black Lightning right now just running through the city. And the opening pages for Black Lightning is to kind of show the fans out there who may not know who Black Lightning is, what Black Lightning can basically do, which honestly, the name kind of gives it away. He has lighting power, electricity power. Either way, though, it's now Black Lightning being introduced into the story, but where he's at right now is going to bring in the other character that is going to be be really important for the main Final Crisis storyline. And that character is actually the Tattooed Man. Now, the Tattoo Man is not really being introduced for the first time in Final Crisis. He actually first appeared back in Green Lantern, I want to say Green Lantern number 26, and I want to say he was created by Jeff Johns. Either way, though, when it comes to the Tattoo Man, his tattoos basically come to life. Now, when it comes to the Tattoo Man, he is a bad guy. He is a bad guy, and he usually does is he goes around killing people off. Now, the people he does kill off, he basically takes on their sins, and their sins get tattooed on his body. Because in his idea, if he does kill off somebody who has sinned it, and he does take on their sins as tattoos on his body, then their souls are able to go into heaven. And so that is why he goes around calling himself the Tattoo Man, because as soon as he kills you, he basically takes your sins, and your sins are tattooed to his body. Now, right now, as you have Black Lightning trying to get away from the forces of Darkseid, you do have the Tattoo Man and his son hiding out in that same area. And they do see that Black Lightning is, well, of course, struggling to fight against the forces of Darkseid. And so with that, you do have the Tattoo Man and his son actually step in to save Black Lightning's life. Now, this character right here, the Tattoo Man, is going to be very important for the rest of Final Crisis after this video. And so after you do have the Tattoo Man basically save the life of Black Lightning, you do have Black Lightning wake up. Now, when it comes to Black Lightning, he does realize right off the bat that the Tattoo Man is a bad guy who does, of course, hate superheroes. Now, the reason why basically when it comes to the Tattoo Man hating on superheroes is really more the idea that the Tattoo Man says that superheroes kind of look down on people and really look down on bad guys more than just regular people. And so when it comes to the Tattoo Man being a bad guy, he feels like superheroes just look down on bad guys like they're just nothing. They're never going to be good. Now, of course, when it comes to most heroes in DC and even Marvel Comics, a lot of heroes do have hope that one day a bad guy can become a good guy. And so even though you have the Tattoo Man saying these things to Black Lightning, it's Black Lightning kind of like, right now, dude, who cares what you are and what I am? Right now, it's time to protect your family. Now, we do kind of find out that the mother and daughter we saw earlier are the wife and daughter of the Tattoo Man. Now, right after that, you do have Black Lightning say, listen, I was on my way to see a friend, and then I heard a call for help. Now, you don't have Black Lightning tell the Tattoo Man that the call from help came from his wife. But for right now, he always says is, I heard a call for help on a computer system, and I knew that people needed my help. And I basically ended up with you and your son and now your wife and daughter. But I realize that right now where you guys are staying, this school is not safe. And so we have to leave. Now, the Tattoo Man is very upset with the idea that Black Lightning is just walking in and making some big time decisions. But his family says like, dude, he's right. We have to leave. This school is not safe. We have to go somewhere where we are actually protected. And so you do have the family tell their father, the Tattoo Man, we have to go with Black Lightning. Now, you do have the Tattoo Man show that he basically hates the idea of not being in charge of his family's lives. On top of that, he hates the idea that the superhero Black Lightning is in charge right now. And so he does show a lot of hate towards Black Lightning. Now, this is also the moment where you do have the wife tell her husband, the Tattoo Man, that it was her who called out for help. Because earlier, Black Lightning said, I heard someone calling out for help on the computer system, and that was it. But he comes to find out, and so does the Tattoo Man, that it was the Tattoo Man's wife who called out for help. Because she realized that this school that they're hiding in right now is not safe. Now, at first, you do have the Tattoo Man really want to shoot his wife for what she did. But you did have Black Lightning tell him, use that gun to defend your family, not hurt your family. Now, you do have Black Lightning in the Tattoo Man and his family get on a school bus as a way to kind of get away from this certain situation, because as soon as they get on the bus, that is the moment you do have the forces of Darkseid arrive, and of course they're here to basically capture Black Lightning, the Tattoo Man, and the Tattoo Man's family. And so we get into the next section where you do have Black Lightning use the school bus as a way to kind of get away from the forces of Darkseid to hopefully reach a safe area that other heroes have used to hide away from the forces of Darkseid. Now, as they're trying to use the school bus to get away, they are being chased down and they are being attacked left and right by the forces of Darkseid. And so you do have Black Lightning and a Tattoo Man having to work together to actually save the lives of the Tattoo Man's family and their own lives as well from the forces of Darkseid. But this school bus scene does go on for a few more pages until the moment you do have Black Lightning basically crash the bus, and the bus is on fire as well, so they have no choice but to leave the bus behind. But you do have Black Lightning say if they go down this certain tunnel, they're going to reach his daughter Anissa and also Shade as well. Of course, Shade being one of the many government organizations out there in DC Comics. But either way, though, it's Black Lightning saying we have to keep going, because right now, even though we lost those forces of Darkseid, there are going to be more of them coming sooner or later to this location. So we have to get out of here right now to save the lives of your family. While you do have Black Lightning and the Tattoo Man's family heading to the safe zone of Shade organization, you do have the conversation continue on between the Tattoo Man and Black Lightning. Now, this is Black Lightning trying to tell the Tattoo Man, listen, man, right now there is no superheroes or supervillain. This is not no hero war. This is actually a crisis. This is actually something bigger than all of us combined right now. So I know you hate me, but here's the thing though, I don't hate you. And matter of fact, I hate the idea that we call ourselves superheroes, because what makes you a hero is what you do. It's not you going out there saying, I'm a hero or I'm a bad guy. It's what you do that makes you a hero. It's what you do to make yourself a villain. And so think about this right now. Are you trying to be a hero or trying to be a villain? Are you trying to protect your family or trying to control your family? It's what you do that basically tells who you are. It's not what you can say, it's what you do that make you say what you are. Now, with all that being said though, while you have the Tattoo Man's family run to the safe zone of Shade, you do have Black Lightning and the Tattoo Man realize that they have been followed and the forces of Darkseid are closing in on them. And so right now they have no choice but to make a line to basically fight against the forces of Darkseid to hopefully give the Tattoo Man's family a chance to escape. Now, the son of the Tattoo Man thinks that he should go help out the Tattoo Man. He should go help out his father. And so he tells his mom and sister, hey, I'll be right back. I can't let dad down. And he pulls out a gun. While you have Black Lightning still trying to convince the Tattoo Man to do the right thing, well, that is the moment you have Black Lightning basically get shot. Now, when he does get shot, it's because he was shot by the Tattoo Man's son. Now, the reason why the son of the Tattoo Man did that is because, well, the Tattoo Man had fed so much negative information about superheroes into the mind of his own son that his son actually thought, okay, superheroes are bad. Even in this kind of situation, his son still thought superheroes are bad. But in reality, superheroes are not bad. Superheroes are good. But for the sake of the storyline and for the sake of this character right now, his mind is in the wrong place. He actually believes what his dad said is true, that superheroes are bad. And so with that being said, though, he shot Black Lightning, and you have Black Lightning say, you have to go. Protect your family while I stay behind and try to hold off the forces of Darkseid. Now, as soon as the Tattoo Man decides to actually help out Black Lightning, it's too late. Black Lightning has been captured by the forces of Darkseid. He has basically submitted to Darkseid control. And so now Black Lightning is lost. Another hero is gone. And it's thanks to the idea that the Tattoo Man's son shot Black Lightning and he was not at full strength. Now we do kind of find out that basically the Tattoo Man did not join his family, as the family did leave with Shade and they fly off away from the forces of Darkseid. And the reason why we know this because you do have the Tattoo Man's family tell Anissa, the daughter of Black Lightning, I'm sorry to tell you this, but your father is gone. And so is my husband, because my husband realized that it's the choices you make that make you who you are. And so right now it's the Tattoo Man trying to erase the idea that he is a super villain, instead that he is actually a good guy, not a bad guy. And so he stayed behind to be a hero and fight against the forces of Darkseid. But the story is wrapped up with the idea that you do have Black Lightning now working for the forces of Darkseid, and he's going around burning different things that used to belong to the human race, like books. Because right now, when it comes to Darkseid, you don't need books, because why? You're under my control. You have no need to get smarter. You only need what I give you. And so it's right now Black Lightning and other people who are under the control of Darkseid going around burning different things that can help people grow and get smarter. But this is where we actually in today's What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are basically going to continue our coverage over Final Crisis. Yes, we are. Oh my gosh, guys, it has been a long time since we jumped into the main storyline for Final Crisis, because basically after Final Crisis number 3, if you're new to my channel, but after Final Crisis number 3, we had to cover a lot of tie-ins. Final Crisis, Secret Files, Submit, Resist, Revelations. I mean, you had a lot of different tie-ins that all took place after Final Crisis number 3, but of course before Final Crisis number 4. Either way though, we're going to jump back into the main storyline, and we're going to pick up with Final Crisis number 4 and Final Crisis number 5. Now, when it comes to Final Crisis number 4 and number 5, you have to remember that by this point in the Final Crisis storyline, Darkseid won. Like, basically, he had used the anti-life equation on the planet Earth, and most of the humans on Earth no longer have free will. They're under Darkseid's control, and that right there is very important, because now it's the heroes who are out there who are not under Darkseid's control, just trying to find a way to resist his control, but to also find a way to free their friends, to free the human race, to basically defeat Darkseid. And so when it comes to Final Crisis number 4 and number 5, it really kind of starts with the idea that they're going to have to find something quickly if they want to actually defeat Darkseid, because if they don't find something very soon, it could be the end for everything across the multiverse, actually. Now, getting into Final Crisis number 4, the opening pages, you do have the opening pages basically remind us how the anti-life equation was spread out to the entire world. And of course, it was done by technology. Because even though this storyline came out back in 2008, you still had basically humans latching on to technology even more than they did in the past. And so with that, it's kind of like, what's the best way to spread a virus to make people fall under Darkseid's control? Well, of course, technology, because their eyes are always glued to some kind of technology. TVs, cell phones, computer screens, and the list goes on. But that is how the anti-life equation got spread to the entire world, and most of the people of the earth are basically under Darkseid's control. Now, that is the moment where we basically pick up with the Ray. Now, this is the second Ray. The first Ray was his father. Either way, though, this Ray actually first appeared back in the Ray #1, and I want to say back in 1992. Either way, though, when it comes to the Ray, he basically has a range of different kinds of powers that involve light. Like, for example, he is able to travel at the speed of light, which honestly is the perfect thing to have right now for this kind of situation. Because you do have the Ray basically tell Green Arrow and Black Canary that he had just left the Watchtower and he came to the Hall of Justice to see if there's anybody here left who can help the rest of the heroes fight off against the forces of Darkseid. But then that is the moment we do come to find out the Ray also has the Tattoo Man with him. Now remember, the Tattoo Man basically is a guy whose tattoos come to life. Now he was the main character in one of the tie-ins that we did, which was Final Crisis Submit, where at first the Tattoo Man was your regular bad guy, but then after seeing Black Lightning be a hero, the Tattoo Man realized that your actions decide what you are or who you are, if you are a bad guy or if you are a superhero. And so after seeing Black Lightning basically sacrifice himself to save the Tattoo Man and his family, you have the Tattoo Man basically say, okay, fine, then I am going to help out the rest of the heroes to fight against Darkseid. Now, we do see what heroes are actually here right now at the Hall of Justice. So Green Arrow, Black Canary, the children of Wally West, and the wife of Jay Garrick, and also Barbara Gordon as well. But basically, it's one of the different camps across the world that are trying to resist against the armies of Darkseid. But of course, they're having a hard time actually doing that. Now, you do have the children of Wally West tell the Ray and also the Tattoo Man that right now the Daily Planet is still publishing stories or newspapers to help spread the word on what's happening right now around the world. Now you're probably wondering, okay, how in the world is the Daily Planet still up and running? On top of that though, how in the world are they able to get word out about what's happening around the world? Well, we kind of find out that the Daily Planet actually set up shop in the Fortress of Solitude so that it's a safe zone, but to also use that safe zone to spread the word on what's happening right now around the world. But then we jump over to Command D Bunker. Now remember, Command D Bunker is the location where you have Godfrey, Simeon, and Mokari basically working on turning Dan Turbin's body into Darkseid. Because remember, in the earlier chapters of Final Crisis, we were following a character known as Dan Turbin, this detective from Metropolis. But then he was grabbed, and we kind of find out that basically Darkseid's essence was inside of him, and so his body is basically being turned into Darkseid. Now, if you're wondering why in the world that is happening, because there was a storyline, and I forgot the name of that storyline, but basically there was a war between the new gods, and most of the gods of Apocalypse were killed off, supposedly, but then their bodies were able to find new bodies on Earth, human bodies. Their essences were basically just transferred over to human bodies, and when those human bodies are turned into the new gods of Apocalypse. And so when it came to Darkseid though, everybody that he basically took over, they couldn't handle what he was. So like their body just would rot away. And so he had to find a new body every certain amount of days. But when it came to Dan Turbin was the perfect choice for Darkseid to basically stay on Earth forever. And so even though though the anti-life equation is out there right now, yes, Darkseid is winning the war. Darkseid is still trying to basically take over the body of Dan Turbin. Now, if that happens, then real things are going to pop off. Now, with all that being said, though, you do have Godfrey, Simeon, and Makari wondering who is going to basically, be the favorite in Darkseid's eyes once he's finally here and taken over Dan Turbin's body. But then we have Kalibak appear. Now, Kalibak is a very important character for the New Gods, but not really for this storyline right here. Because Kalibak is the son of Darkseid. Now, he's also the half-brother of Orion as well. Either way, though, you do have Kalibak getting a new form, where he does look like more of a Tiger Man than he used to look like in the early days of DC Comics. Now, we do jump over to a set of characters who are basically still at the Hall of Justice, the ones we met earlier. Now, of course, right now, they're kind of wondering what in the world could they possibly do to basically help defeat the anti-life equation to stop Darkseid from actually winning. Now, of course, they're trying to wonder if there are any more heroes out there who are still resisting Darkseid's control. Now, of course, right now, we know that because we heard in our tie-ins that there are basically other people out there who are still trying to resist what Darkseid is trying to do. Now, with that being said, though, you do have our heroes at the Hall of Justice basically use the Unternet or the Unternet. I have no idea how to pronounce that, but basically it is an internet system that superheroes use. It's a very top secret internet system where basically heroes can use to communicate with one another. And so when you have our heroes at the Hall of Justice basically use that form of internet, they were able to find out that yes, there are other people out there who are basically still trying to resist against the forces of Darkseid. Like, for example, you have Checkmate. And we actually saw Checkmate back in the Final Crisis Resist storyline we did earlier in this storyline, Final Crisis. But also we see Alan Scott is also still alive. And he has his own group of heroes as well. On top of that, you have Supergirl and her group at the Fortress of Solitude, which that was mentioned earlier in this video. So basically you do have a lot of different groups out there who are still out there trying to resist against Darkseid to hopefully stop Darkseid. But you also have people like Black Adam thinking about actually joining the battle as well. And this shows like what's going to happen down the road. That right now you're going to have all the heroes and villains who are basically trying to resist against Darkseid coming together to hopefully stop Darkseid and his forces in some kind of way. Now, you do have the Tattoo Man tell us that when it came to Final Crisis Submit, the storyline we covered earlier in our coverage over Final Crisis, that basically the Black Lightning gave him something that could be very important to actually defeating Darkseid, something called the Circuit. Now, we're going to learn more about the Circuit later on in this video and the last video for Final Crisis. Either way, though, you do have the Tattoo Man tell us that he kept the Circuit safe from the army of Darkseid by basically making it a tattoo on his body. So it was on his skin this entire time. But when he does access the Circuit, his body does change into a new form, but we have no idea what this new form can actually do yet. But right after he does that, well, that is the moment you have Black Lightning appear and destroy the force field around the Hall of Justice. But then we jump over to Barry Allen and Wally West. Now, this is actually very important. And the reason why, because, well, a lot of different things. First, let me remind you guys that Wally West lost Barry Allen years ago. Barry Allen died back in the original Crisis on Infinite Earth storyline. And so Barry Allen been dead for 20 years until Final Crisis came around and said, oh, by the way, Barry is alive again. Now, of course, for Wally West, this is great because he has his uncle again. But these two characters basically race into the future where Darkseid has won completely. And now you have a Wonder Woman woman out there with some other female characters calling themselves the Furies, going around and trying to make other people submit to Darkseid's control. Now, for Barry Allen, he begins to talk about the idea that basically everything across the multiverse, all realities are going to basically, be destroyed. Thanks to Darkseid, they're falling down into oblivion with Darkseid, meaning that everything across the multiverse is about to die thanks to Darkseid. Now, with that being said, though, you do have Wally actually calm down Barry. And the reason why, because for Wally, he's kind of like, you've been gone for a very long time, and I just got you back. Yes, the world is about to end, or the multiverse, whatever. But I want to say this right here. With you gone, your death, it affects our family very, very much. But to see you here right now and to work with you once again is something great to have. Meaning that we could still actually win this because you and I are here together. And so you do have Barry and Wally actually take down Wonder Woman and her other female characters and just leaves to hopefully find a way to stop all of this mess in their own way. But getting back over to the Hall of Justice, you do have the Justifiers, the army of Darkseid, begin to break into the Hall of Justice, thanks to Black Lightning getting rid of the force field that was protecting the area. Now, with that being said, though, you do have our heroes all try to run to basically boom tubes that can take them over to the Watchtower to get away from this mess right here. The problem is, though, you do have Oliver Queen, a Green Arrow, sacrifice himself to give the other heroes enough time to basically get to the Watchtower, but to also make sure the Justifiers cannot follow. Now, this is huge because Black Canary is also there as well. And so it's Black Canary realizing that her man is about to die. Her man is going to die, to basically make sure that she and the rest of their crew still have a chance to help the Earth out to defeat Darkseid. And so in that moment, as she teleports away to the Watchtower, we do see Green Arrow being turned into a Justifier. But then we get a page that shows us that as you have the heroes fighting against the forces of Darkseid, trying to prevent Darkseid from actually winning, you do have Darkseid getting closer and closer and closer to basically taking over the body of Dan Turpin. Now, you still have Dan Turpin in there fighting against the power of Darkseid to make sure that his body is not taken over by Darkseid, that his body is not converted into Darkseid's body. Like, Dan Turpin is actually still fighting against Darkseid. We can see the battle between the two characters right now. But as the pages go on, you do see that Darkseid is beginning to take over the body of Dan Turpin even more by the seconds, where Dan Turpin's body is turning into Darkseid's body. But then we jump over to Iris West. Now remember, Iris West is basically the aunt to Wally West, but the wife to Barry Allen. Either way, right now, we do see Iris right now walking through the streets of the city that she's in right now, where she does see the forces of Darkseid continuing to do more and more things to basically make sure that Darkseid wins, to make sure that everybody does submit to Darkseid's control. Now, with that being said, though, when she does get home, she does turn the TV on. Now, when she turns the TV on, remember, that is how the anti-life equation was spread out to the entire world, through technology, TV, computer screens, cell phones. Either way, though, when she turns that TV on, the anti-life equation is playing. And so, of course, she's beginning to submit to Darkseid's control. But that is the moment you have Wally and Barry Allen appear. Now, of course, at first, you have Wally tell Barry, hey, man, listen, it's too late for her. Like, she saw the screen, the anti-life equation is going to eat away at her willpower. But then you have Barry kiss Iris. And when he does that, because of his powers, their love, whatever, Barry was able to help Iris overcome the anti-life equation. But getting back to our heroes, we do see that a lot of different things are popping off right now around the world. But for a brief moment, we do see that Alan Scott is telling Hawkgirl that basically right now it seems like the world of the gods are colliding into their own Earth. That means the new gods' planets, New Genesis and Apocalypse, it seems like they're about to crash into Earth, or they're merging together as one. Now, back with Checkmate and Mr. Terrific, out of nowhere, a boom tube opens up and a random car or some kind of vehicle does crash through the building. Now, when that happens, you do have some characters pop out of the vehicle. And one of the characters is Mr. Miracle. Now, Mr. Miracle is here to basically help the heroes defeat Darkseid. Except the problem is though, because Homeboy crashed through the last base that is owned by Checkmate, and of course most of the people in the room have no idea who he is, he does get shot right in the chest and falls down. And so now we're left to believe that, well, Mr. Miracle is about to basically die. Now, after that right there, you do have Darkseid kind of show us that he has taken over the body of Dan Turbin. And he does give us a thumb down to show us that basically everything is about to fall. Now, getting into Final Crisis number 5, we actually do pick up with the Green Lanterns. Now remember, in the earlier parts of Final Crisis, basically Hal Jordan was accused for attacking John Stewart. Now, there was no actual hard evidence to show that he was the one who had actually attacked John Stewart, but we were left to believe that he did, because an Alpha Lantern known as Kraken basically said, yep, it was Hal. I had arrested him and brought him here to the Guardians. Now remember, the Alpha Lanterns are kind of like the police force for the Green Lanterns, basically making sure that the regular Green Lanterns do not break any kind of rules at all, that they stay in line. Now, with that being said, though, you did have Kraken bring Hal to the Guardians and say, hey, it was him who attacked John Stewart. The problem is, though, the Guardians are kind of like, no, it couldn't be him because it's Hal. Like, by this point in DC Comics, even though Hal has done a lot of crazy things in the late 90s and the early 2000s, they're kind of like, yeah, but it's Hal. It's Hal, guys. Like, come on. This man couldn't have done it at all. By the way, you know what? What do the other Earth Lanterns say? Like, what do the other Earth Lanterns say about this situation? And of course, that is the moment you have Guy Gardner and Kyle Rayner appear. Because remember, by this point in DC Comics, you only had 4 Green Lanterns. I think now you have like 8 Green Lanterns from Earth. I don't know. Either way, though, you only had 4 at this point in DC Comics. But that is the moment you do have Guy Gardner say that there is some kind of implant inside the brain of Hal Jordan, which is known as a suppressor field chip, to basically kind of make sure that Hal is not able to tell the truth about what happened to John Stewart. But you have Guy and Kyle say that the real person who had actually attacked John Stewart is actually Kraken herself, the Alpha Lantern. But here's the thing, though. This is not actually the Alpha Lantern. I mean, it is, but her body is being possessed by a new god. Of course, a new god from Darkseid, Apocalypse, sorry. And so with that being said, the person who is possessing the body of Kraken is actually Granny. And that right there is actually very important. Because Granny Goodness is kind of like up there in the ranking system for the Apocalypse, forces. And so, of course, right now, she's here for one particular mission. She's trying to give Darkseid the central power battery on Oa. Now remember, the central power battery is what used to basically power the Green Lantern rings. And so right now, she's trying to get that power and give it over to Darkseid to basically make Darkseid even stronger. Now, with that being said, though, you do have the Green Lanterns actually being able to stop her and protect the central power battery. But right after they do stop her, you do have the Green Lanterns basically tell Hal Jordan that when it comes to Earth, the area around Earth is beginning to change, but not in a good way, in a bad way. Now, remember earlier how Barry Allen told Wally West that basically right now it seems that all reality is going to fall apart thanks to Darkseid kind of doing what he is doing right now on Earth? Well, it gets even worse because you then have the other Earth Green Lanterns tell Hal, listen, the space and time around Earth, it seems like they're also falling apart as well. Time is falling apart. It's being crumbled together. Weeks are turning into days. Days being turned into hours, and so on and so on. Basically, time is falling apart. And so now the Green Lanterns have to go to Earth to hopefully help Earth find a way to actually defeat Darkseid. And you do have the Guardians tell Hal, you have 24 hours. You have 24 hours to basically save the universe. Most likely, the multiverse, really. But then we jump back over to the Checkmate facility, and we actually pick up with Renee Montoya, who's right now being interviewed by Talib. Now remember, Talib is one of the few people in charge of Checkmate, but also you have Amanda Waller there. Now you do have these characters basically talking about some of the different things they have going on, like the German Supergirl. Now the German Supergirl is actually Overgirl from Earth 10. Now remember, Earth 10 was the storyline of Superman Red Sun, where basically Superman had crashed into Russia except Metropolis, and he helped Russia out instead of helping America out. That was the Red Sun storyline. And Overgirl is from that Earth right there. Now, with that being said, though, they also talk about the Bio OMAC, a new version of OMAC to help defeat Darkseid. And they're also talking about future global law enforcement, some kind of new enforcement, some law enforcement to be global to help protect the entire world together. But then we check up on Darkseid. Now, right now, Darkseid is actually at Command D Bunker. Now, remember, Command D Bunker is the main base for Darkseid. But on top of that right now, we do see some of the forces or some of the people who are the higher ups in Darkseid forces basically beg for forgiveness because they had to find a lot of different bodies for Darkseid, but most of the bodies they gave for Darkseid was not working. Because remember what I said earlier, when it came to the new gods of Apocalypse, when they had died, they basically began the process of taking over human bodies on Earth with their essences. And so with that, you had Darkseid having a hard time doing that because he is a very powerful being. And so when he tried to take over somebody's body, their body just rotted away. And so he always had to find a new body. And so you have these guys begging for forgiveness for having to find so many different bodies for Darkseid, but to only finally find one that is perfect for Darkseid. But you have Darkseid say, listen, it's okay, because everything you guys have done, it was a way for us to actually win. Now, we have to get back to the Checkmate facility with Mr. Terrific and also Mr. Miracle. Because remember, earlier, Mr. Miracle was shot. And of course, you had everyone freaking out because Mr. Miracle just appeared out of nowhere with his team of heroes known as the Super Young Team. Yes, that's their name. But either way, though, when they appeared, it was kind of like, oh my gosh, where in the world did y'all come from? And on top of that, why are you here? But you didn't have one of the guards of Checkmate shoot Mr. Miracle because they came through a boom tube, which of course means out of nowhere and some kind of futuristic vehicle and crash into the building. And so when they popped out, yeah, you did have one of the guards shoot Mr. Terrific. But basically, you do have Mr. Terrific show that he is okay because what he is wearing currently right now. But he is here to help Checkmate and the other heroes actually stop Darkseid. Now, on top of that, you do have Mr. Terrific do say that with Darkseid right now being around, the Devil God, that basically he's bringing everything down with him. That means all realities across the multiverse, all the universes, whatever, they're all being brought down thanks to Darkseid. It's Darkseid's last hoorah, his last big win. And so with that, you have Mr. Terrific say, I'm going to basically help you guys defeat Darkseid, but you have to do something before we can leave. And he points to his face. And the reason why, because on his face, he has the Metron pattern. Now, the Metron pattern is a circuit that can basically make people immune to the anti-life equation. And so if people are able to actually paint the symbol on their face, then they are immune to the anti-life equation. It gives them the edge to hopefully defeat this huge mess with Darkseid. Now, we actually do jump back over to Bloodhaven. Now, when we do jump over to Bloodhaven, we actually pick up with the son of Darkseid, Kalibak. And right now, you have Kalibak just riding through the ruins of Bloodhaven. And of course, with his hybrid tiger clan. Because when Kalibak was turned into a tiger man, he just made a bunch of other Tiger Man creatures. Honestly, it's kind of weird, but whatever. Either way, though, you do have to be confronted by some of the heroes who are trying to defeat Darkseid. Now, you do have Frankenstein there, Supergirl, Black Adam, Captain Marvel Jr. You do have a lot of different characters there to hopefully stop the forces of Kalibak from doing any more harm to the world. It's them trying to defeat Darkseid any way possible. And so you do have our heroes, Black Adam, Supergirl, Captain Marvel Jr., Frankenstein, and Twaki work together to actually stop Kalibak. But then we actually picked up with Nyx Utan. Now remember, Nyx was a monitor. And remember, monitors are, at this point in DC Comics, are people who watch over the multiverse. And you have a monitor for every single universe. Now when it came to Nyx, he was watching over Earth 51. The problem was Earth 51 was destroyed. And when it was destroyed, Nyx was actually kicked out of the monitors and he was sent down to the main DC Earth. And he kind of forgot where he came from, but he did have flashes of his past life. Now, here's the thing, though. He was just thrown into a prison cell because he is actually immune to the anti-life equation. And so if you are immune to the anti-life equation, you're thrown into this certain kind of prison cell. Now, when he is thrown into this cell, he is confronted by two mysterious characters. Now, these two mysterious characters are basically going to help Nyx remember a lot of different things. Now, you do have one guy who's just very hairy and kind of hiding out in the corner of the room, while you have another guy playing with a Rubik's Cube and trying to actually complete the cube in 18 moves or less, because apparently nobody has ever done that before. Now, the hairy guy is really trying his best to help Nyx remember his monitor days. And with that, he keeps showing him different kinds of drawings. Now, these drawings were basically done by Nyx, but Nyx still has no idea about his past life, only small flashes of his past life. But he doesn't understand what those flashes are trying to tell him. But then he sees a picture of a lady. And this lady is Regia Dell. And he remembers that this is the lady he used to be in love with. But right when he does remember that, you do have the Justifiers come back to basically deal with these characters who are immune to the anti-life equation. But right when they're about to shoot these guys off, well, that is the moment you have our other mysterious character being able to actually complete the cube in 17 moves. And that right there is actually very huge, because when he does that, he caused a ping to happen and the entire room is flooded in light. But then we actually pick up with Libra. Now remember, originally Libra was the main bad guy for Final Crisis. And we thought that for a good chunk of the Final Crisis storyline, but then kind of find out that Libra actually works for Darkseid. Now with that being said though, right now you have Libra getting ready to execute someone because he has been helping out the resistance, and that would be the calculator, to basically get rid of him because he has been helping with the resistance. Now he does kind of look towards Lex Luthor, and Lex Luthor is very silent. But you then have Libra tell Lex Luthor that he needs to go and help fight against the heroes in Bloodhaven, what we saw earlier when it came to Calabac fighting against Black Adam, Supergirl, and Frankenstein. But you can tell in Lex Luthor's face that he's not pleased to actually do that.
Now, the last few pages of Final Crisis really shows that how bad things have gotten across the universe. You have the heroes of Earth just trying to fight against the forces of Darkseid and Bloodhaven. You have the Green Lanterns trying to reach Earth, but the problem is though, they can't actually reach Earth. But on top of that, you can see that other Earths from the multiverse are about to crash into the main DC universe. The president has given up, and he knows that he's about to die because the Justifiers had basically found him. It seems like the end of everything for the entire universe, the multiverse. This is us entering in the last couple chapters of Final Crisis. But with that, you also have Darkseid show that he has completely taken over the body of Dan Turban. He's able to stand up and control his army. He's able to say, it's time for me to wreak havoc across the universe. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are finally here at the actual end to Final Crisis. Yes, you heard that right. We're going to cover Final Crisis number 6 and number 7 as a way to basically wrap up Final Crisis. Now, I do know I did skip some content when it came to Final Crisis, like Final Crisis on 3 Earths, the Batman tie-ins, but honestly, those few books right there I felt like were not that important to cover for the overall Final Crisis. I mean, Batman maybe, and we might come back to it later on, but for right now, we're not going to cover it. Either way, though, this is the actual end to Final Crisis. Now, we only covered Final Crisis for one particular good reason, which is because Grant Morrison basically used Final Crisis to be part of his Batman run. Now, not really completely, but there is a lot of content in Final Crisis that lead over to later books for Batman comics, like Dick Grayson becoming Batman. Now, with that being said, though, with Final Crisis number 6 and number 7, it does wrap up Final Crisis. We do see the heroes finding a way to actually defeat Darkseid, but on top of that, we also see a new beginning for DC Comics until the New 52 happens, because Final Crisis was done in 2009, I want to say, and 2011 we got New 52. So literally this new beginning or this new fresh start only lasted for like 2 years, and that is it. But with that being said, though, here is Final Crisis number 6 and number 7. And so getting into Final Crisis number 6, we actually do pick up with Superman right now in the future. Matter of fact, the 31st century, where he's right now with Brainiac 5. Now remember, Brainiac 5 is actually a future version of Brainiac, but on top of that, he is also part of a team called the Legion of Superheroes. Now with that being said, with Superman being in the 31st century, it is Brainiac right now showing Superman a machine that could possibly help Superman actually defeat Darkseid in the present day, because Brainiac 5 knows that Darkseid is about to win, that everything is about to be destroyed across the multiverse and all time. Now, with that being said, you're probably wondering, hey, Fresh, when did Superman actually arrive in the future? Well, that actually took place in a tie-in series we did not cover called Final Crisis on 3 Earths. And basically, it was a storyline where Superman went to the future to help the Legion of Superheroes fight against Superboy Prime, and that was it. But he was in the future after Superman Beyond. Now, with all that being said, though, he was in the future, and now you have Brainiac 5 showing him a machine that could actually help Superman defeat Darkseid, which is called the Miracle Machine. Now, this device was actually made by the Guardians. And remember, the Guardians are the ones who created the Green Lantern Corps. And what Brainiac 5 says is that the Guardians used the willpower technology. The same technology was used to make the Green Lantern rings to make the Miracle Machine. The thing is, though, it's more extreme than the Green Lantern rings because it basically takes your thoughts and turn it into reality. And so right now you have Superman basically fading away and going back to the present day. But before he actually does go back to the present day, you do have Brainiac 5 tell him, you need to look at this and remember how to build it, because this right here is going to be very important when it comes to actually defeating Darkseid. But then we jump over to the Watchtower, where we actually do pick up with Black Canary, the Tattoo Man, and also Ray. Now remember, the Tattoo Man was actually part of a tie-in known as Final Crisis Submit, where basically it turned Tattoo Man from a bad guy to a good guy, but also the Tattoo Man met Black Lightning, who gave him something very important called the Metron Circuit. And we are going to learn more about the Metron Circuit in this video right here. Now, right now, you do have Black Canary say that the Tattoo Man is now part of the Justice League because he's one of the last few people who are still fighting against the forces of the Justifiers. And remember, the Justifiers basically work for Darkseid. They're part of his army because with basically the anti-life equation being out there right now and destroying all the willpower of the human race, they basically all work for him, and he calls them the Justifiers. Now, with that being said, though, while you have Black Canary, the Tattoo Man, and Ray on the spaceship right now, the Watchtower, kind of wondering, okay, what's our next step? Yes, we do know we have to get to Earth and basically build the Metron Circuit that the Tattoo Man has, but when can we do that? But while they're talking to one another, that is the moment you do have a group of Justifiers beginning to actually attack the Watchtower. And so you do have Black Canary tell Ray, you have to get out of here. Leave right now, because right now you and the Tattoo Man are basically our last hope. But then we jump over to Bloodhaven. Now in Bloodhaven right now, you do have a superhero battle happening at the moment, where you do have Supergirl right now fighting against Mary Marvel. Now, Mary Marvel is being controlled by Darkseid, and Mary Marvel is actually the female version of Shazam. Like, she has the same powers as he does. Now, with that being said, though, she's right now being controlled by Darkseid and fighting against Supergirl. Now, you do have Kalibak, the son of Darkseid, fighting against Twaki Twani. Now, Twaki Twani, and I hope I said that name correctly, but Twaki Twani was actually a stuffed animal that was brought to life to basically help out the Shazam family to fight against his evil sister. Yeah, that is actually a storyline. Either way, though, he's here right now fighting against Kalibak. Now, the reason why they're using him because Kalibak got a new tiger form and Twaki Twani is a tiger. And so you have those two characters fighting against one another. Now, Black Adam is also there, and Black Adam is actually trying to help out Supergirl fight against Mary Marvel. Then we actually pick up with Captain Marvel Jr. Now, Captain Marvel Jr. is Freddie Freeman. The thing is, though, in the late 1990s, Billy Batson made a friend, Freddie Freeman. They became great friends, but of course, When you become friends with a superhero, you get involved in certain things, which then led to Freddie Freeman also getting Shazam powers, but he is called Captain Marvel Jr. Now, with that being said, though, he's here right now trying to figure out how can he help Supergirl and Black Adam fight against Mary Marvel. And so what he does is that he basically uses Shazam magic to turn him and her back into their normal form, which means that basically no more Mary Marvel and no more Captain Marvel Jr. until they both shout Shazam to turn into basically Mary Marvel and Captain Marvel Jr. But while you have Mary Marvel now removed, you still have Calabac fighting against Twaki. The problem is, though, Calabac was not paying attention. Calabac saw what Captain Marvel Jr. did to Mary Marvel, and so with him being distracted, you had Twaki actually cut him across his gut or his chest, whatever, and basically gutted him, killing off Calabac. Now, as soon as Calabac died, the other Tiger Men people who were following Calabac order now looked at Twaki as their new leader because he took out their old leader. And so now Twaki now has an army of tigers on his side. But then we actually jump over to Checkmate. Now, Checkmate Castle, actually, but Checkmate is one of the many different government organizations out there in DC Comics. Now, we actually first met Checkmate in the Final Crisis storyline, but back in Final Crisis Resist, where basically they're one of the last few places on Earth who are right now trying to resist the control of Darkseid and his army. Now, in the last video, Mr. Terrific and also Checkmate Group have met Mr. Miracle. By the way, Mr. Terrific, two things. One, he is one of the smartest people on the earth. Number two, he is also the leader of Checkmate. Now, with all that being said, in our last video, he met Mr. Miracle, and Mr. Miracle had BoomTube inside Checkmate to help out Mr. Terrific find a way to actually defeat Darkseid and save the day. Now, Mr. Terrific also brought in a bunch of different characters, but either way, though, in our last video, you have Mr. Miracle actually tell Mr. Terrific that on their face, the face paint is an actual symbol, and the symbol stands for freedom from restriction. Now, this symbol is apparently a way to resist the control of Darkseid, to resist the anti-life equation. Because remember, Darkseid is using the anti-life equation to basically control people's mind, because the equation does get rid of everybody's willpower. Now, while you have Mr. Miracle talking to Mr. Terrific, well, that is the moment you have somebody come to Mr. Terrific and say, hey, boss, our shields just dropped. Like, we are about to get hit very hard from an attack from Darkseid forces. But then we actually jump back over to the Watchtower. Now, at the Watchtower right now, you do have Black Canary and also the Tattoo Man being captured by Green Arrow and also Black Lightning, because Green Arrow and Black Lightning are being controlled by Darkseid. And we actually saw that back in Final Crisis Submit, where Black Lightning got captured, and then Final Crisis number 4 or 5, we saw Green Arrow also get captured by the forces of Darkseid. Either way, right now, you do have Green Arrow and Black Lightning begin the process of trying to put the helmets on Black Canary and the Tattoo Man's head to make them also join the forces of Darkseid. The problem is, though, when it comes to the Tattoo Man, we have to remember what Black Lightning gave him back in Final Crisis Submit. And that was the circuit, the Metron circuit. And so with that circuit being on his skin, he's actually able to resist the helmet. Because remember, when it comes to the Tattoo Man, basically all his tattoos are able to come to life. Now, usually his tattoos are put on his body after he kills somebody and their sins goes onto his body. But with that being said, though, the Black Lightning gave him the Metron circuit, and then it was tattooed to his body, which of course activates and protects him from being controlled by Darkseid. And so that is a huge moment. But then you have Black Canary say, cool, she does switch off the gravity on the satellite to throw everybody off, to hopefully give her and the Tattoo Man some more time to basically get a plan to get out of there. But then we jump over to Checkmate once again, where we actually do pick up with Talib, the other leader of Checkmate. And right now he's giving Renee Montoya this grand tour. Now, the reason why he's giving Renee Montoya the grand tour of this laboratory is to show her two things. The first is the Black Gambit plan. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering who in the world is Renee Montoya was a cop who first appeared actually in the Batman animated series from 1990s, but then she jumped over to comics. She was still a cop in Gotham City, but she then became the newest Question. Now, with all that being said, though, you do have to tell Renee Montoya what is Black Gambit, this master plan of his. And what he says is that Black Gambit is actually a plan where whoever is left from Earth will abandon Earth if Earth cannot be saved. And so they're going to abandon the Earth and go to a new Earth in the DC multiverse. Here's the problem though, because right now it's Talib saying that we should do that because Darkseid might win, but they don't know, it seems like Darkseid is destroying everything across the multiverse in all time. Now, right after that, you do have to tell Renee Montoya about the new version of Brother Eye. Now, Brother Eye was actually a program that was made by Batman to spy on other heroes to gain intel on those heroes to use against those heroes just in case they basically turn evil. Now, the problem was, though, Brother Eye actually gained intelligence and also made a new program. And this new program was the OMAX. And the OMAX was this nanotech virus that was actually able to turn humans into cyborgs and use those cyborgs to fight against superpower beings. You see the problem here? Now, with that being said, though, you actually have to tell Renee Montoya that the new version of Brother Eye is actually called Lord Eye. And the reason why, because it's named after Maxwell Lord, but on top of that, it does use the brain of Maxwell Lord. And remember, Maxwell Lord was actually not the main bad guy, but one of the bad guys that led up to Infinite Crisis. Now, with all that being said, it's also Talib telling Renee Montoya, we want you to run our future organization called the Global Peace Agency. But then we jump over to Lex Luthor. Now, right now, you have Lex Luthor with the forces of Libra. Now, remember, originally, we thought Libra was the main bad guy of Final Crisis because Homeboy appeared out of nowhere trying to recruit other bad guys to help him take down heroes across the earth. Now, at first, Lex Luthor did not want to join Libra because he's kind of like, you're a nobody. But then you have Libra offer to give every single bad guy something they wanted. And for Lex Luthor, it was to hurt Superman. Now, not physically, but emotionally. And so what you had Libra do was he blew up the Daily Planet, which of course hurt Lois Lane, which does hurt Superman, and of course makes Lex Luthor happy and then agree to work with Libra. Now, after some time has passed by, now we're deep in Final Crisis, it's Lex realizing that Libra was not the main bad guy of Final Crisis, that Libra was just part of this master plan that was made by Darkseid. And now he's realizing that Darkseid is about to destroy everything across the multiverse and all time, everything. And so for Lex, he's kind of like, oh, I messed up. I joined the wrong side. And if I stay on this side, there is going to be nothing left for me to even control. And so now it's Lex Luthor realizing he has to switch sides to basically help the heroes save the day, but to get rid of Darkseid and his forces. And so you have Lex turn around, he blasts Libra, taking out Libra, which then means he can now leave and go help the heroes save the day. But then we jump over to the Flashes, which is right now Barry Allen and Wally West. And right now they're at the home of Iris West, the aunt to Wally West and the wife to Barry Allen. I have no idea why I froze there. Now you do have Jay Garrett also show up. Now remember, Jay Garrett was the first Flash, then Barry Allen, then Wally West. So you have 3 different generations of Flashes right now here in this house. There was a 4th one, which was Bart Allen, but by the time Final Crisis has came out, Bart Allen became Flash and died as a Flash, and then no one has seen him since then up to this point in DC Comics. Either way, though, you only have 3 right now in the home of Iris West. But it's Barry telling Jay and Wally he has a plan to actually defeat Darkseid, saying that when he left the Speed Force, he knew of a way to actually defeat Darkseid. And so this is Wally hearing what the master plan Barry has. And Barry says, we need to get the Black Racer. The Black Racer represents death for the New Gods. And the Black Racer could be the key to actually defeat Darkseid. But then we jump over to Darkseid and Batman. Now, Darkseid is actually still trying to come back to life. And the reason why I say that, because there was a storyline before Final Crisis where you had a war between the New Gods, and most of the New Gods had basically died. Now, when I say they died, they don't really die. It's just that their essences then went down to Earth, and they began the process of basically taking over different people's bodies. Now, with all that being said, though, when it came to Darkseid, the problem he had was that because he is such a powerful being, that every body he tried to use, that body would basically die. And so he had to find the perfect body, which was Dan Turbin. Now, Dan Turbin was a cop who was from Gotham, but I want to say also from Metropolis as well, like he worked there first, then Gotham. Either way, though, Dan Turbin was the perfect host for Darkseid. Now, you do have Batman actually confront Darkseid. And when Batman does that, Batman does mention that when it comes to Darkseid, basically Darkseid is still badly injured from Orion, his son, but also another new god, but on New Genesis side. But when it comes to Orion, Orion did heavy damage to Darkseid by using a radion bullet. Now that radion bullet is full of radion, and radion is very toxic to new gods. And so with Batman saying that with the Earth about to die, everything about to die, Batman is going to break his vow. And his vow is to never use a gun. But he has no choice. He basically grabs the gun, the same gun that's holding the radion bullet. He fires it at Darkseid to hopefully kill Darkseid. The problem is, though, at the same time Batman had fired that bullet, Darkseid fired his sanctioned I-beams, or his Omega sanction. I cannot believe I just said sanctioned I-beams. Guys, forgive me. But he fired his Omega sanction. And when he did that, they of course hit Batman. And so Darkseid got hit with the bullet at the same time Batman got hit with the Omega sanctions. And this is actually huge. And the reason why, because for Grant Morrison, he used the death of Batman from this storyline right here to do something brand new with Batman. Not really brand new, because we saw Dick Grayson as Batman before in the 1990s, but he does it again down the road in a brand new series known as Batman and Robin that comes right after Final Crisis, really after Battle of the Cowl. Now, right after the death of Batman actually happens, we see somebody has returned to Earth, and this person is angry over the death of Batman. And Supergirl can't believe how angry this person is, because right now it's Superman. The sky is red. He's full of rage. He's just going around blasting folks with his heat vision. He is so angry, and the reason why he is so angry is because he found out that Batman died. And you have Supergirl and other heroes look at Superman as he holds the dead body of Batman. Now, getting into the final chapter of Final Crisis, we actually pick up with Final Crisis number 7. Now, when it comes to the opening of Final Crisis number 7, we actually do jump over to Earth 23. Now, the reason why, because on Earth 23, you have a different kind of Superman. Where the Superman on that universe is one, African American, but two, is also the president of the United States of America. But just like on the main DC universe, over in this universe, on this Earth, the sky is red. Because again, Darkseid is basically about to win. But then you have this universe version of Superman meet up with this universe version of Wonder Woman, who is also African American. But then they realize that they're able to see other Earths across the multiverse. And this is them realizing that there is a multiverse out there. But then they are confronted by Captain Marvel. Now, this is not the Captain Marvel from the main DC universe. No, this is another Captain Marvel from Earth 5, who's right now with Renee Montoya, where right now they're going around the multiverse and recruiting every single Superman across the multiverse to fight against an unknown force. It's an army of Supermen. But then we jump back over to Superman, where you right now see Superman holding the lifeless body of Batman, really the corpse of Batman. Either way, though, Batman is now dead and Superman is holding his body. Now, with that being said, though, Darkseid comes out, and Darkseid had actually survived the bullet that Batman shot into him. And so Darkseid is kind of like, yo, bro, what's up? I'm not dead. And matter of fact, I won. When you guys had turned your back, not watching over your planet completely, I was able to move in and do what I needed to do to basically take over the Earth. And look what I did. I won. And technically, everybody who's right here right now, my justifiers, they're all connected to me. So in reality, Superman, if you try to stop me, you're now the bad guy. You're trying to stop life because everything about Earth's life is now part of me. Darkseid and everyone else here, we're all connected. We are all one. We are all Darkseid. And so it's really trying to say is that he's now the good guy and Superman is the bad guy if Superman does try to actually stop Darkseid from winning. Now, right when it seems like the justifiers are about to kill off Superman, that is the moment you have Barry Allen and Wally West run right by Darkseid and Superman with the Black Racer, who again represents the death to the new gods. And so as soon as the Flashes run by Superman and being able to actually save him from the Justifiers, after Superman was saved, you did have the Flashes run by Darkseid with the Black Racer. Now, of course, Darkseid does see Black Racer. And here's the thing right here. Again, Black Racer represents death to the new gods. And so it seems like Black Racer came by and grabbed the soul of Darkseid out of the body of Dan Turpin, which means that technically right now, Dan Turpin is back in control of his own body once again. Now, right after that, you do have Wonder Woman appear. Now, remember, she is one of the few Leaguers who were basically taken over by Darkseid. And so right now with her appearing, she's still somewhat in control by Darkseid. Because even though Darkseid's soul was taken out of the body of Dan Turpin, remember, he was connected to everybody across Earth. And so right now, he's still somewhat controlling Wonder Woman. Now, with that being said, though, she's right now kind of like telling Superman, you're outnumbered. You're about to lose. But that is the moment you have Lex Luthor appear. Now, when Lex Luthor actually appears, he's kind of like, yo, I brought an army. I brought in the Secret Society, a bunch of bad guys to basically help out. Then you have Supergirl appear. And when Supergirl appears, she's like, yo, I brought some heroes as well too. And so now you have an army of people working together to fight against the forces of Darkseid. Now, Frankenstein was actually able to free Wonder Woman. And when she's free, she's like, cool, I'm back on the side of good right now. And she grabs her lasso, spins it around, and she frees other people. And the more she kept doing that, the more people were free. And then Darkseid began to lose control of the people of Earth, because now you have the heroes and the villains working together. Thanks to the lasso, it's breaking people free from his control. But then we jump over to Superman. And right now you have Superman getting ready to build the Miracle Machine. Actually, he already built it. Either way, though, he is confronted by Darkseid. Now, earlier we saw Darkseid's soul being taken out of Dan Turbin's body. Yes, we also saw people being able to break free from Darkseid's control. Yes, because with all those things happening, it made Darkseid stronger. Everybody was connected to Darkseid. With all those things happening now, and Darkseid no longer has control over Dan Turbin or the people of the Earth, it's now just his essence left. Now he's trying to take over the Miracle Machine that Superman just built, but you didn't have Superman say, no, you cannot have the Miracle Machine, because I just realized something about you. It's how you vibrate. You vibrate like the multiverse does. And what Superman is saying, that every single Earth vibrates differently. And so if you're able to actually play around with vibrations of the multiverse, you can actually shatter something in the multiverse. And because Darkseid vibrates like the multiverse does, you have Superman able to break that vibration, which of course gets rid of Darkseid just like that. But then we see that we have Superman getting ready to use the Miracle Machine. Now, for him to actually use the Miracle Machine, Superman has to use something called Element X that comes from the fourth world. Now, luckily for Superman, he does have some Element X, which is Morbius' chair. Now, here's the thing though. While he is getting ready to use Morbius' chair to power up the Miracle Machine, that is the moment he is confronted by Mandrake, the Dark Monitor. Now, let me explain. So when it comes to DC's multiverse, you basically have a monitor in every single Earth. The problem was, though, back in the original time when the monitors were slowly coming up, you did have one monitor who had decided that if they are able to feed on the bleed more often, they'll be more powerful. Now, the bleed is basically the barrier between the multiverse, or the Earths and the multiverse. So, for example, between Earth 1 and Earth 2, you have the bleed. Between Earth 2 and 3, you have the bleed. But the bleed is a huge amount of energy that the monitors were feeding off of. But when it comes to Mandrake, he realized if you feed off more than usual, you'll become even stronger. And so that's what he did. And he became the Dark Monitor, corrupted by the energy that he had basically absorbed. Now, with all that being said, though, we actually saw Superman fight against Mandrake back in the two-part tie-in known as Superman Beyond. And that story right there was crazy like no other. Either way, Mandrake is now back again. He's all like, look, you lost, and I can finally win. I can finally win everything. And you have Mandrake actually point out that to Superman, even though he has Morbius' chair, he needs something else to power up the chair so that the chair can power up the Miracle Machine. But then you have Superman tell Mandrake, you forgot one thing, that I am actual solar energy. I have energy inside of me, and I can use that energy to power up the chair actually to save the day. Now, while you have Superman actually powering up the Miracle Machine, you also have Mandrake thinking that this will be the perfect time to actually strike Superman, to stop him. Now, also, we cannot forget that Ultraman had also joined Mandrake's side. And so you have Ultraman right now thinking the same thing along with Mandrake. But that is the moment you have, it gets crazy. You then have the army of Supermen across the multiverse appear to fight against Mandrake. You also have the Green Lanterns also appear to fight against Mandrake. But you also have Nyx Utan also appear as well. And Nyx Utan is actually very important because he is the son of Mandrake. And so this is him saying, Father, you basically made me to stop you. And I'm here with the army of Superman. I'm here with the main Superman. I'm here with the Green Lanterns to make sure that there is no way possible that you can actually win. And so it does lead into this big battle between the heroes who are here right now along with Superman, but also the shadow forces of Mandrake, the Dark Monitor. And of course, we do see that Mandrake does lose. He does lose the battle. He is defeated by our heroes, and the day seems to be saved. Now, I'm going to go ahead and skip over a few things as a way to kind of wrap up our coverage of Final Crisis. But basically, we do pick up with Superman right now, and we kind of find out that he was able to use the Miracle Machine. And with them being able to use the Miracle Machine, he was able to remake the multiverse as it was before Darkseid began to ruin everything across the multiverse. And so basically everything is back to normal like it was before Final Crisis had actually started. Now, the last thing I do want to talk about, we have to jump back in time to the point where we had cavemen, where we actually pick up with Anthro. Now, Anthro was a caveman we actually met at the very beginning of Final Crisis, who was trying to learn how to make fire. Now, when we actually see him again in Final Crisis at the very end, he's an old man now. Now, with him being an old man, of course, right now, he's just hanging out in his cave until he dies. But when he does die, we do see on his body, he does have Batman utility belt. And we're kind of like, how in the world does this caveman have Batman's utility belt? And then that is the moment we see that Bruce Wayne is actually alive, that Bruce Wayne was actually sent back in time, that actually he did not die when Darkseid hit him earlier. He just went back in time. And that right there is going to lead us into a very interesting storyline down the road if we actually cover it. With that being said, though, I do hope you enjoyed today's comic book video. And if you did, please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later.